Alrighty. NB4X is calling me out because you said something while I wasn't here. You sexist.
I'll say it again.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Didn't have a red cup.
Because basically, like, because here is like the big thing the Sinder needs to demonstrate, right? The big thing she's claiming is that all these people collaborated together in this big plan to destroy her.
Yeah.
Right. And then all the stuff that, like, you know, remember when she posted the apology, and then all the replies, people like adding, like, there's some people who are in the sphere who added like their own separate story.
Yeah, of course.
And I was like, whoa, like, if true, this is big because this helps paint the picture, right? That it's not just this little cabal or whoever who's like got this accusation. But you know, they conveniently they didn't have any detail. They didn't write proper. Oh my god! All right.
It's like agreed to calling him out. That's giving him a beat. Well, and before this is how we roll.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know this community. Alrighty, the breakdown.
That's why they call us the Cancel Crew.
True, the Cancel Crew. That's such a cringe name. I hate it.
No, you don't say that. It makes me want to do it more. Okay. All right. The breakdown. Natalie, Shy Lily, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they'd already determined I was guilty of. So this is she's dropping. These are massive claims, right?
Yeah.
So this is amazing, right? So she's got to justify this. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red and Nano, to protect her and hurt me. I couldn't understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all of my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were two people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shy Lily lied to Nanalis about her own actions towards telling Nanalis she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shy Lily gave to her, I believe Nanalis lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shy Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you. Oh, so she's doing the reverse. She's saying, like, Nanalis, like, Shy Lily lied to Nanalis. Yeah, like Shy Lily's like the ringleader, basically.
Yeah.
I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expected to be the manipulators. Well, obviously, like, if you've got a guy teacher that says, like, the manipulator, and it's like, hi, manipulator, you're expecting it.
The world's least effective DC villain, the manipulator.
I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on the 26th of April 2025. They were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our side of the story because it would contradict what was being told to them. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanalis, Bao, Shy Lily, and my other friends who are involved. I used their own words and all of the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. This is so juicy. This is
the combination.
Yeah. Who was involved before anything was public? Nanalis. Nano was the source of all of the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all of the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shy Lily. Shy Lily was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Okay. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able after her surgery. The way they wrote it, like excitedly dragging her in.
Yeah.
She posted a document minutes after Nano. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shiley's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her content.
Yeah, that's what I said.
She also, yeah, exactly, right? How could Shiley get that data otherwise?
Yeah.
Exactly. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on the 28th of April. Okay, come on. The other 3 girly pops. I don't believe they are a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff Pup and the other 3 VTuber members. Numi said that Buff and the other 3 VTuber members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream from the 22nd of July, she basically said she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The bot of this stream was made private within a week or 2 of it happening.
Oh, shit.
Oh, does she have... she's got the
Google
link.
Drive of the pod.
Alright, later.
Yeah.
Sacramore. Bow's video editor, Sack, had his document written and posted shortly after Bow's. What Red said to Nano about Bow in January was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterward. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on this list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning of anything beforehand, including Cotton, Silvertail, and Spite. Oh, this is also strategically smart. Like, even though, like, Silver lives in the heads rent-free, she's like, no. Cotton, Silvertail, and Spite are good guys who weren't involved.
Yeah, I know. It's so funny. It's like, the entire, like, the first half of Nano, the first half of Nano's, like document was, like, just, like, Silverveil's playing 5-dimensional chess to kill us. We hate Silverveil so much. And now Silverveil's a good guy.
I know! As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly after it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after her document was posted. And Silverveil... Oh, right, so they're saying that, like... because obviously Cotton was in the private DM, right? So Nano or one of them had to have given Cotton the Discord screenshot that came from Nano. In, like, only 2 hours after a document was posted. And Silverveil and Spite posted their own documents with Nano screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively. Okay. No.
Okay, so the timeline. This is 20... Oh, she's doing 2025, okay.
The 17-day timeline.
Jesus.
Dun dun. The 11th of April, 2025 to the 28th. This is the timeline of what happened. Starting with Red's messages to Nano about Shy Lily on the 11th of April, and ending with Shy Lily's stream on the 28th of April.
Gotcha.
Red saw Nano working on a model for Shy Lily on her stream and messaged her about it. I raided Shy Lily for the second time the past couple of weeks, and she had another off-putting response.
Yeah, that's the second raid.
Yep. The 12th. Red messaged Nano about Shy Lily again and talked about her behavior towards her recently. This is the last time Nano messaged either one of us. The 14th or 15th. Nano showed Shy Lily the things Red said about her. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shy Lily told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano leaking more of their DM. Shy Lily told her to contact the people affected, including Bao. This is presumably a source, because this is the bit where, like, it's other people.
Anyway.
Oh,
right,
Charlotte's talking about it in a VOD. That's how she knows.
Long story.
Yeah. Shy Lily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this is what started it all. So they had to have been
God, can you imagine? Can you imagine Sinder watching the Shy Lily breakdown video and Cinder's mind's exploding with, like, this is what happened, you bitch.
No, you know what's worse? This is on the 28th. This is after she kicked Red out and before she got back together with Red. So she doesn't know. She doesn't have the full logs at this point in time. And so she's watching Shylili's stream, not knowing that, like, this is all, like, there's all this other context that's missing. Oh, that's brutal. Speculation. Sorry, it's like an Attorney Phoenix, right? Thing.
Yeah.
Speculation! Whether Nano decided to show Shylili more of her messages to Red herself, or Shylili actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else. I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shylili is also unknown. Shylili convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, manipulated. Shylili could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. No. The 15th. I messaged Boseka since I hadn't heard from Shylili directly in weeks. He implied she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon.
Yeah.
I messaged Nano for the last time, asking her to come on my stream again. She never replied.
That was the saddest. That was the saddest message.
Oh, dude.
That was such a sad message. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It was. Akira, Nano's new manager, messaged Red about Nano parting ways with us due to artistic burnout.
Yeah, that's the ChatGPT manager.
The 16th. Red messaged Akira again for more clarification on what was happening with Nano.
Yep.
The 18th. Nano did not message Bao. Shylili did, instead telling her they needed to talk. Bao told Shylili she wasn't in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, the surgery was rescheduled for Monday the 21st. They did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. Speculation. Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shylili suggested, but apparently didn't. Shylili was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? Good question. Oh, dude, I'm loving the fuchsia. Like 21st to the 23rd. Speculation. Sometime between these dates was when my other friends first were informed and gotten involved in what was happening. A few of them had plans to go to a Ren fair between the 18th and 20th. Red and I were originally supposed to go too, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Shylili would have told any of them about this while on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in her DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short.
Okay.
Hi Numi. Hope you've been feeling okay lately. I've seen you tweeting about your asthma and wanted to see how you were. I hope Ren Fair was a fun time for everyone too.
Thank you, Sinder.
Slowly just getting back to breathing normally again. I mean, to be fair, they did say the speculation, because I'm like, I don't know. It could be massive, could be nothing. On a stream on the 22nd, Buff said that, or 27th of July, Buff said that with the VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like you go do that and we'll be here to support it. Dude, okay, this is like 3 months later. And Buff is like in the conversation. Like the docs are all dropped at this point. Like, why are you still like talking about this with such vagueness? And like, why won't you talk about like?
It's probably like Buff just wanted to like stay away from, like she wanted to stay away from this, right?
I just feel like there's like a cultural or social thing where you don't say the exact name of someone. It's like Voldemort, right?
Yeah,
something like that goes down in these sort of situations.
Fine. Yeah, it's fine. Don't name Sinder, right? But like this, like what I mean is like said person who's the center of this, like it can only be it can only be like 3 people who've already dropped docs, right? Like Nanoless or Shylili, right? Like it's not possible for this to really be a secret because this is after the docs have all, whatever. I guess. I'm like, sorry, I'm like, I don't know if it's obvious, but at the moment, I'm like, Cinder's been like, I'm like, Cinder, oh my god, this is amazing. Oh my god, Cinder, they're so evil. She's got me hook, line, and sinker at the moment. So I'm like,
now Bao revealed. Yes. So Bao revealed she was the one who was affected. Like Buff revealed it was Bao. Oh no, sorry.
Okay.
Bao revealed it was Bao, and probably could you open that VOD? It's probably Bao's VOD, right? Yeah, Bao's VOD.
I feel like.
Yep. The way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened before, the person who was affected. Bao was even in the way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened before the person who was affected, Bao, was even involved because of a surgery. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly, because right after, Buff said they asked that person what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening.
Imagine, she has all the VODs on a Google Drive. Oh my god.
Oh no. The 21st of April. I sent my last message to Shy Lady to talk about whatever was going on between us. She never replied.
Yep.
Red sent a final message to Akira about Nano. Bao underwent her surgery and started recovering.
Yep.
23rd. Bao finally talked with Shy Lily about what was going on, and they made a group chat to gather evidence, corroborate stories, and plan the documents together. Bao's editor Sacramore was involved sometime after this, most likely by her. Bao's document said, I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. At the time, it was posted on the night of the 25th PST, and Lily said that 5 days before her stream on the 28th. Speculation. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. 25th in PST, 26th in EST. Nano, Bao's, and Sacramore's documents were posted within the same 23-minute span. Nano's at 1:42 a.m. EST, Bao's just late at 1:48 a.m. EST, and Sacramore 17 minutes after that at 2:05 a.m. EST. Sometime during this, both Red and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Their documents were posted. Speculation. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread, out of Shy Lily's quote-unquote fear of me manipulating my way out of it.
That's a
Shortly before.
problem. Does it say the same thing?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'll definitely be yeah.
To be honest, the only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc.
Oh my god.
The first Google Docky. Sorry. That was the only tough night.
Dude, hearing this now, being like, it was such a tough night. Us like conspiring to destroy somebody's life or whatever, like career. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, like, yeah, like the Google Docky memes are fun, and so you realize like this is like the ruination of a woman's entire reputation, and like the destruction of her social life, and like all of her friends and career, and her boyfriend was kicked out. Like everything spiraled out of control for Sinder, right?
Absolutely. Shortly before, Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite were contested about their inclusion and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's doc when it was posted, but Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after.
Can you go to that?
Yeah, sure.
This very much something to read. It's very sad to have things come out like this. Sending Nano and Bao much love. Oh, and this is so this is a doctored screenshot, which Sinder proved.
I think it's not this screenshot. It's another one with Cotton in it. I think. And Silver's and Spite's documents were posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own names uncensored.
Wait a minute. Well, how does Cotton have the uncensored screenshot? Because she's in the group chat.
Yeah,
gotcha.
or they're saying that like, they talked to Cotton like immediately after the doc was dropped, and like gave her the screenshots.
And before, like, we're on like section 7, page 15 or something.
Page 7 of 264 of the breakdown section.
Yeah.
I know.
Somewhere in the middle, and before.
And Silver's and Sparks documents posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was. Alright, big group. I had a fight and falling out with Red before 3:29 AM EST, which led to me firing him at 4:24 AM EST. Now, the documents and statements posted by others throughout April 26th and 27th weren't pre-planned alongside Nano, Bowers, and Sacramore, so I won't list them here. The 27th. This is the 26th, yeah. 25, 26, and then 27th. I posted my apology at 4:16 p.m. EST. Bar replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 p.m.
Yeah,
EST.
1 hour later.
Oh,
Man, this is
Charlie
a bad
replied
night for Sinder. Jesus.
Charlie Lee replied directly to my apology at 6:41 p.m.
And then Bow stream.
Bow streamed that don't just sweat everything. But Deck 28. Buff Up had a stream, Charlie Lee had a stream, Numi had a stream.
Triple the streams.
Everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Okay, so that's just the timeline.
10th of September. Sorry, what is it? 9th of October. I'm so used to fucking American dates now. 9th of October. Aktanik made his stream.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nano's new manager, speculation. The first thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's quote-unquote new manager, whose messages were shown at the end of Nano's section. Who is Akira, and how did they get involved? It's very hard to believe they were ever actually Nano's manager, so how are they connected and how did they get in contact with Red? Akira is the game director of Kernel Hearts and founder of the game studio Ephemera Games in Argentina. Okay.
Because I want to know who this person is.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
This guy is ChatGPT as far as I'm concerned right now.
Yeah.
And he's calling Yu-Gi-Oh! A bad game when he says I like good games and Yu-Gi-Oh! Or he's including Yu-Gi-Oh! In the good games. This is really what matters.
Or he doesn't consider Yu-Gi-Oh! A game and more of a lifestyle.
That's fair.
During September 2016, right, on Twitter.
Okay.
Ephemera works during December 2022.
Yeah.
Akira follows Nanolith, but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanolith. Yeah, exactly. Nowhere does. Yeah. Okay, that's the thing, right, guys? Like VTuber managers, who've got who are operating under their public persona, right? What I mean is, if someone's a VTuber manager, right, and their nickname's like Bob, right, and they've got a Twitter of Bob, Bob's Twitter will be like that of either a manager or like a random person, right? It won't be. It's unlikely that it'll be the profile of someone who's got a complete, a different job that is also a real thing, right?
True.
Like a public persona. Like they're a game director and a founder. Like why are they suddenly a VTuber manager for a person? Sorry. What was it? Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. Yeah, that's also sus, right? Because you, especially on Discord, right, you want social proof that the person who's claiming to represent Nano is actually representing her.
Yeah.
And having in her Twitter bio is massive for that. Mio, Nano's husband, who's always acted as a manager, is present on Nano's profile.
Yeah.
Yep. However, Momotex follows Akira, as the screenshot above shows. Who the heck's Momotex? Sorry?
They were below was showing some of.
Yeah, there's Momotex, artist streamer.
No.
And they were showing more below.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. Let's go to it. Okay. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game Kernel Hearts and is also from Argentina. Okay. Momo is also close friends with Nano, who she saw IRL on the 2nd of May 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology on the 27th of April and a week after Nano posted her documents.
Okay.
Holy shit. Okay. I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. In November 2023, it was Nano's friend who told her it was unfair for Nano to only work with us. What's wrong?
Is Momotex behind everything? Who is this Momotex? We need more information on the Momotex
figure in the
thing.
shadows.
It's Momotex the Illuminati. What did Momotex know?
No, okay. In the show, we're scrolling through the dock, right? And this bit widens and seamlessly switches to this shot, and the shot pulls back to reveal Momotex is Silvervale.
Holy shit.
They were right all along.
It was Silverveil posing as Momotex to manipulate an analyst to drop Cinder.
And then she says, finally, this thorn in my side is gone forever.
Oh, man. Alright.
It was Nano's friends who told her that it was unfair for Nano to only work with us. This is something Nano was confused about and not something Red said to her. Yeah, we've said it before. In January 2025, Nano went to her friends for advice about exclusivity when talking business with Red. In a conversation from the 28th of November 2024 that wasn't shown in Nano's section, Nano was shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on for my upcoming debut to her friends. My friend did this. Oh, so this is a meme where they've written ARAM on top of art that is like currently private.
Yeah.
Are you leaking all over the damn place? Oh my goodness, Nanoless. No, I'm like Cinder.
No.
You even kept it aside just for this part of the topic.
I have to address something in chat. Egnar Il Prup. What we're saying at the moment is Momotex is literally behind the interest rate hikes in the USA. Momotex is the head of the Federal Reserve, and I'm pretty sure she's like a major she's a major mover and shaker in US politics right now.
Real and true. Real and true.
Akira wrote all of the Google Docs and then used his sock puppet harem of waifus to to cancel Cinder.
Absolutely.
Sorry. I'll be more serious.
No, it's gonna say, and like it pulls back to reveal Cinder, right? So real Silver, and then it pulls back, and then like the camera pans over, and like in the coffee shop, sitting like two things over, is the CEO of Digisanji looking at Silverveil somehow. Like it all connects even deeper. He was planning.
Bro, I can't imagine being Momotex right now. Like this is suppose Momotex is like casually like reading this on a fucking iPhone in a McDonald's. She's like scrolling through. Oh, this Cinder doc's pretty interesting. And it's like spritz coffee everywhere. It's like, what the fuck? Why am I in here?
Who is the shadow cabinet?
The shadow cabinet. After speaking to Charlotte about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? Akira was someone Red and I didn't know. Because I was like, why don't you just get Momo to do it, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Anyway, Akira was someone Red and I didn't know. And now we know Red's conversation with him wasn't genuine, evident by what happened after. Yeah, so they're saying like crazy that Nano would suddenly decide artistic burnout and stuff, right? And it just so happened to release like this massive Google Doc about you a couple of weeks later.
Oh, no. Like Nano was definitely like Nano. Okay, at the point that Akira's talking to Red, like it's almost a certain fact that Nano was working on the Google Doc to kill Cinder.
Yeah.
Yeah. She also used health and then later like the hospital at one point as the excuse, which it's fine using an excuse on its own, but she proved before talking to Red that was her go-to excuse, so that way people wouldn't question it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. But also the fact Nano removed evidence of her ever being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader before leaving. To leave a Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager Kira in this chat, supposedly about her commissions. She chose Red to make it look like it was his group all along, and that she knew she was never a part of it, because their actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. Yeah, dude, like when the Kira stuff comes up, like that is actually the sussiest thing in everything, right? Like, out of all of a sudden, this person you've never heard before shows up, is apparently her manager, talks to you in the most like ridiculous corpo slop ever. She makes up some excuse about broadening her horizons after she was talking about working with you like a week ago. Like, fuck off.
Did I misunderstand one part? Are they saying now that Nano wasn't in the group chat at all?
No, Nano, I remember the quote. Nano dragged Red into a group chat with Akira because Red was not a Discord friend with Akira. And this
Yeah,
is a
but I
group.
thought at the previous point in the doc, it was Red specifically like talked to Nano, and there was like a side note saying that they were still in the group at the time.
This had to have been after. I think that had to have been before the Akira stuff, because I think Akira was the last contact they had. I think. Well, I mean, we can go back to the analyst section later. Absolutely, and double check. But I do remember him specifically saying, Nano dragged Red into a group chat with Akira because they weren't friends, Discord friends, and then Nano removed herself from the group DM.
Yeah.
Discord group. So why was this done, and why do I think this was only after Nano spoke to Shy Lily? Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after the 12th of April, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. That's interesting. Yeah, everything started...
That's a speculation on Nano's character.
Yes, it is. It is. To be fair, this whole section's called speculation, but yes, it is absolutely speculation. I do kind of agree that, like, the way Nanolis talks and behaves is like her normal approach would be to make up an excuse.
Yeah.
Right? Which is sort of what she did with Akira, but not
inventing the Akira character is like the weirdest part of this dog. Yeah.
And like I understand that like it's different with Sinder because they go back 3 years with Sinder and work together all the time, right? It's harder.
The question is why not use Mio? Is like the obvious question.
Absolutely.
And maybe it's because Mio couldn't keep his mouth shut. Mio wasn't across it, whereas Momotex, the secret evil mastermind, was.
Yeah, there could be a lot there, right? Maybe Mio is actually not aware of all this crazy stuff that Nano's doing. I don't know. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Red said about Shy Lily or about Nano?
So everything Red said to Nano about exclusivity deals were all lies and manipulation.
Yeah. Because they didn't talk about Shy Lily's exclusivity.
No, they didn't.
Oh, also,
but
obviously...
if Nano... So, go back up to the timeline. If Nano and Shy Lily are in DMs together...
Yeah.
When was Nano and Shy Lily in DMs together? It's the 14th to 15th.
Yeah, the 12th.
Oh, no, 12th Red message Nano. 14th to 15th, Nano showed Shy Lily the things Red said about her.
Oh, said about Nano.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I just realized, of course, Nanolis can't see Cinder's DMs with Numi. So Nanolis couldn't possibly know about the collab and the concert stuff, right?
Guys, I've got new information. Egnar Elprup says Momotex wants emergency powers from the Senate.
Completely. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Nano then needed to find someone neither Red or I knew to separate us, since she couldn't do it herself. The same way she couldn't contact Bao herself and Shy Lily had to do it for her. Yeah, because she clarifies up above that based on the VODs that, like, for whatever reason, it was always Shy Lily contacting everyone instead of Nano contacting the other friends. And it's like, why? And it's like, well, because she's like... Because, I mean, this guy fits, right? Nanolis is not good at lying.
Yeah.
Right? And, like, not good at...
like, we established that, in Nanolis' section. Like Nanolis will always, like push it onto Mio and then forget about it.
Yeah, and she's not good at, conflict.
Yeah.
Like, she'll just cave when, like, if people try and guilt trip her and stuff, apparently. Nano's message screenshots, time zones and context. Speculation. Before going over... Dude, okay. Time zone homies in the house. Time zones are relevant yet again in a story. Time zones matter.
Oh, yeah.
Before going over to Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to EST. Some 1 hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For screenshots to show this, Nano's account would have to have been physically logged into 2 different time zones when taking them, sometime between the 12th of April and the 26th of April.
Wait, that's huge. What? So
wait, quick Google, was daylight savings during
no.
Who knows?
If the dates are mixed up, in some time zones, that means like the Nano's account was accessed in Germany.
Probably, yeah.
Place.
No, by like the person in Germany is Shiloh.
I think Germany time zone is probably too far away from the US for this for me, but it's something. But well, hang on. I think we're about to get it. Nano would have had no reason to have the screenshots from conversation years apart and years earlier already taken before Red spoke to her on the 12th of April. It must have had at least some taken during the same time as a conversation with Charlie just days later to show her. I mean, the argument is like, I'm pretty sure you can change your time zone in Discord, like without changing the location if you want to.
You can just change it on your computer as well.
Yeah. Also, I just realized that Egnar's name is actually Purple Oregano, so apologies for that, Purple Oregano.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, but obviously they're justifying, like, presumably it's not because she's using screenshots she took years ago of old conversations. Because why would she have a pile of old screenshots of old conversations before all this kicked off?
Okay.
This is
my conspiracy theory is she's moving around in Brazil because she was trying to get a house. Sorry. And they have 4 different time zones there, so.
This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's document about the exclusivity deal. The first message is timestamped at 8:29 p.m. So 15th of 1, 8:29 p.m. And this is one that's edited with the Cotton's bit stripped out. It's this one. Cotton's line goes where my cursor is between confront and bow. This is Nano's message in Red's DM shown at 6:29 p.m. EST. 6:29. Yep, Nano's screenshot is 2 hours ahead of EST. This is one of the screenshots about Charlie and Nano's document. The first message shows 10:16 p.m. Here's the message in Red's DM showing 9:16 p.m. EST. Nano's screenshot is only 1 hour ahead.
Okay.
If Nano... Oh, they're literally... Okay, they're saving us all the time. They're going to show us the time zone already. If Nano was the one who took all of her own screenshots herself in the same 2-week span from the 12th of April to the 26th of April, this discrepancy shouldn't exist. This shows Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots of her own DMs that were shown in a document. Here's a list of the dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's document and the time zone difference to EST. I've also listed which conversations are shown in full and which are missing context in her document. I have to assume that it's not just because of daylight savings, otherwise, like, that's so
apparently
obvious.
Brazil doesn't have daylight savings, but they have 4 different time zones.
Yeah. Also, MB4X says they changed time zones before, and he couldn't launch Discord when he changed time zones.
Well, are we confirmed this isn't browser based?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, if it's browser based, right, it should be coming from your. Usually, that's derived from your operating system settings, like your Windows region and time settings.
I'm just trying to give a possible give to how it could be different.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, there's like a descending list of ever more esoteric possible reasons from a technical point of view, for sure. Like, again, like, this is okay. The tinfoil hat is currently half on for all of this. Like, this is speculation, but not crazy speculation.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
I'm pretty
she was
sure.
trying to find a house. She was moving around Brazil. That's why the times are different. 4 different time
I'm pretty
zones.
sure Momo Text at this point is the second shooter on the grassy knoll. Okay.
Absolutely. All right. So, a screenshot of the 10th of May 2023, 1 hour ahead in Spite stock. Doesn't show the full convo or everything that was said about Spite. 19th of July 2023, 1 hour ahead, Silvervale stock. Doesn't show the full convo or anything with the previous convo about Silvervale that was from the 10th of May earlier. 19th of November 2023, 2 hours ahead in the exclusivity and it's just business section, presumably from Nano's docs, it doesn't give a name. 2 hours ahead. Doesn't show the full convo, and it never showed the pivotal conversation that happened before this on the 17th of November.
Yeah.
25th, 2 hours ahead, exclusivity, and it just means business. Doesn't show the full convo, and it's missing the context from the 17th. 26th of November, 2 hours ahead, exclusivity and it's just business. Nano's DMs with me does show the full convo, but missing the context of anything from the 17th of November, and it was presented before any of the DMs on the 25th of November with red in Nano's document. The 5th of the August 2024, 1 hour ahead, Bow's doc. Doesn't show the full convo and doesn't show any of the vital context from the conversation on the 26th of July. It also doesn't show any of the following DMs on the 6th of August or what this situation led up to on the 29th of September 2024. 15th of January 2024, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity deal, doesn't show full convo. What's shown is manipulated to hide Nano's guilt and acceptance of the deal with Red. Yeah, she just doesn't include the bit with the where they final terms in it, which is like the bit that is like usable on its own of all, like the most usable on its own because it's got everything in one spot. What they actually agreed to. Interesting. 11th of February 2025, 2 hours ahead. Cancelling exclusivity deal. Nano's DMs with me. Doesn't show the full convo. Doesn't show Nano's messages to Red. Cancelling the deal from the 10th of February. 12th of April, 1 hour ahead, Shy Lily. Does show the full relevant parts of the convo. Nano said nothing incriminating, and everything Red said was claimed as false when it wasn't. The full concept of what happened in Red and Nano's DMs would have shown Nano's guilt and Red's innocence. Breaking down Nano's document. Yeah, because this is right. It all starts here.
Yeah, exactly.
Nano's story in the document was the basis for any information from anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims made. How else could anyone come out publicly use Nano's messages with her manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that what was presented in a document was what truly happened. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece.
Alright, here we go.
Here's her document. Post on 26th of April, 1:42 AM EST. Blah blah. Just I wanted to share my experience with Sinder and Red manipulating me. Nano wasn't manipulated to do anything. She didn't want to at any point in any conversation
That's
with
true.
Red or
That's
I.
true.
Treating Nano well over the years we've worked with her is not manipulation. Red gossiping with his friend Nano about drama and his feelings towards other people without asking for anything in return is not manipulation. Red expressing his opinion without asking her to make any changes in her work is not manipulation. Both of us sympathizing with her point of view on different occasions is not manipulation.
Yeah.
Red reassuring Nano about her wanting to cancel models, no matter whose it is not manipulation. Red telling Nano about what he had against Bao after she asked to explain it to her is not manipulation. Red and Nano negotiating a mutually agreed upon deal is not manipulation.
True.
Using me. Nano was never used. She was a cherished work partner and friend to both me and Red. We both did everything we could for her, and I praised her countless times on stream and to friends. And dragging me into drama. Nano never had a problem with Red gossiping about it to her about drama. She had no problems talking about the drama. She had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January, about Shy Lily in April.
Yeah, that's true to Nano's part.
Yep. The only person Nano got tired of hearing about and wanted nothing to do with the drama related to her was Silverveil. Because of her own relationship with her. Yep, they got the examples.
Yeah.
While sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. The only person Red had a hand in sabotaging was Bao, when Nano offered to him that she'd cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model rigging. He didn't go into the conversation with Nano looking to have anything cancelled with Nano. He wanted to prevent Bao from working with her because of his own opinions and as part of an exclusivity deal.
Yeah.
He told Nano, never mind, when finding out about a model, before Nano said it was okay and inquired further before she offered to cancel it. Red didn't lie about anyone he talked to Nano about, not Spite, Silver, Bao, or Shy Lily. Even some of the things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own opinions, experiences, observations, and what he generally believed to be true. The way he talked to a friend, the same way my friend said how they thought Red and I worked together at home, and about what they were led to believe happened. He did not maliciously lie about anyone to sabotage them. Right. I want to share what I've endured over the years. You've seen what Nano had to endure over the years in her section of this document.
It's like, yeah, like Nano's document is like eviscerated in Nanolis's section.
I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout. This is the only time burnout is mentioned in Nano's doc. even though that was the entire reason her quote-unquote manager, Akira, told Red she wanted to stop working together about a week earlier. If Nano genuinely felt this way, then she showed no signs of it to either of us, including in her last messages to us. Yeah, they got the screenshots up again.
Mm-hmm.
The last time she applied feeling burnt out was 7 months earlier in September 2024, when she cancelled 7 models herself.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yep.
yeah. This is 100%. So Nanolith, because we haven't gone over the Nanolith thing on stream. It's uploading right now. Look, my videos, they're uploading, okay? This is a like a multi-part series. This is a big fucking Google Doc. Nanolith like gave Red an entire Trello board of like VTubers, and then she said she wanted to cancel all of them to just work on Sinder. But it was Nanolith saying that. It wasn't Redacted like forcing her to do it or whatever.
Yep. Yes, Nanolith brought it up, and Nanolith decided to cancel.
Yeah.
The one and only time Nano specifically said she was feeling burnout to Red was in May 2024, almost an entire year earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Nano never expressed to me directly that she ever felt this way. Okay. I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Sinder. This is an interesting thing to say after knowing the full context of Nano's DMs with Red, and as you'll see, how many lies are present in this document to manipulate the narrative to the public, and the fact my friends were lied to and manipulated to support her.
Based on working with Redacted and Sinder over the years, that I am sure they speak for each other, there's no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them as a team.
This was an assumption made to pin all the blame for Red's words and actions on me.
Yeah, I agree.
And there was no way Nano or anyone else could definitively say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. The only evidence shown to argue this case was of 3 total screenshots of my DMs with Nano that were from 2 conversations almost 2 years apart from each other, where I was told more or less what happened between her and Red beforehand. Nano's entire document purposely refers to both Red and I as one throughout to push this assumption necessary to the narrative as fact. English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without misunderstandings due to lack of English skills. An excuse as to why this document is not written like Nano would, and evidence that she did not write or put it together herself.
That is evidence, yeah.
That is actually a massive big truth. You can see how she writes in DMs at least, over and over and over again, right? Throughout all these screenshots. The way she writes this document is completely different. Now, of course, people code shift or whatever it's called, right?
It's also like if you're Nanolith, and you want to like you want to call Sinder an absolute shitter, I would also get like if I was working for a big German VTuber, I would also want a native German speaker to make sure I'm not like using words that actually means penis. Well, like when I want to say like
You're trying to proof check your work.
True.
Even like the best writers get proof checkers, right?
That is true. But like you're right. But also like it does like Nanolith I don't know. It's kind of got a point. It's like just to point out like this is not written like how Nanolith normally writes.
Nanolith at the moment is like the villain of the drama. So
yeah. Below you'll see that what's presented first in Nano's document is what happened regarding Bao. Not by talking about herself or the alleged abuse she experienced, but what happened first chronologically. Nano is on record saying she doesn't care about Bao, so it's puzzling why she chose to do this herself. Dude, that's so big, right? Because it makes it clear that the doc is sorted by most salacious thing first.
yeah, true.
Like, which is like fine, but it means that like presumably if you really cared about this abuse you suffered and it was really important to you because you're traumatized by it, right?
Yeah.
You would think it's important if you're gonna like talk about it.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway, it's fine. I'm working on the model meanwhile. So it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me and it's hurts on me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. So I
don't really care about Bao and Cotton. It's like bold highlight.
I know. I'm like, man, Okay, sorry, Nana said this in February.
Yeah.
So she's like either completely forgotten only 2 months later that she said this, or somehow didn't think this would be a problem. And before breaking down this section about Bao, I also need to point out the problem with the presentation of a model constellation in Nano's document. Bao's model was cancelled once in August of 2024 because Nano was overwhelmed with her workload, and again in January 2025 due to her offering and agreeing to do it in her deal with Red. Nano's document misleads you into believing all of Red's messages about Bao and a model are from one place, about a model are from one time, never specifying a difference in the presentation of messages that were over 5 months apart, but placing the DMs from January 2025 right before August 2024. It then deceitfully manipulates the messages to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. That was what we picked up. It was like so weird. It's like, because the dates were in the DM.
Yeah.
You can see that it's like, these are like 6 months apart or whatever. Like, what's this got to do with this? And in the wrong order, chronologically. Slandering other creators. So.
Nonetheless says.
Spreading. Yeah. Nana says blah blah blah, spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. Nowhere in the screenshots presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be all in our best interest. Red has never said anything like this to Nano. They also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. Red did not make this claim against Bao and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients, it was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is what the screenshots below show in her document. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. And this couldn't have been confused with Bao's editor, not only because she specified she was talking about our editor and what was written, but because Red's DMs specify our editor and her editor as different people in the same conversation that's shown next. She hijacked our YT editor a while ago. Her editor made us a
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This claim was only made to push the false narrative that we were maliciously overworking Nano, which is brought up later in her document. Yeah. Screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic, to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Here is a direct claim of manipulation by Nano with screenshotted evidence presented. However, when you have the full context, you can see the affection and appreciation Red showed was in response to Nano's own messages that were personally cut from the document.
That's true.
Why weren't these messages shown? Yeah, she left out the bit which said, I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao, don't worry. Being Sinder's mom means a lot to me. Yep.
Yeah.
Next are 3 screenshots from January 2025 presented in her document. As you saw in Nano's section, this was not the beginning of Red's conversation with Nano about their exclusivity deal, but this is where it was chosen to start. The messages have been purposely manipulated to remove context, so I've added back what was missing in their messages between these images highlighted with a white border. I've done so for the rest of her document too. I've also dated each non-sequential screenshot Nano presented in EST like they dated Red screenshots to show when each one happened. The chronology of events was disregarded in her document to push its narrative. I've also labeled the difference in time in the screenshots compared to EST due to the time zone discrepancy I talked about.
I mean, just fucking with the chronology like that, fucking with the chronology is by itself like a really red flag for Google Docs.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Messing with the timeline.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you're not the Flash.
No. Yeah.
This isn't the DCU.
No, the first image shown in Nano's document has Red's message about Cotton edited out of it. Nano, having no relationship with Cotton, but of no risk to do this herself, this message was included in the screenshot in Bao's document. Nano said, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Okay. I mean, true, she didn't edit out messages about anyone else, is the weird thing, right? Like, she just redacted when she needed to.
That's saying that someone else had a hand in it and was saying, like, maybe you shouldn't include Cotton? Or include Cotton themselves? Is the implication, right?
Yeah, or that, I mean, above the speculation or whatever is that Cotton wasn't involved until after the docs were dropped. In which case, it might have been Charlie or someone saying, like, let's crop cotton out of this or something.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
The main thing being someone else's hand in the document is what
Yeah,
this implication is for evidence.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, the Silver gets biased one.
Yeah.
Cotton hurt her friend. Bow's been getting on her nerves. Oh yeah, I found my list. Well, then I brought up this conversation too late. You don't need to make changes. I'm fine. You know, I don't want to work with people if Sinder doesn't want me to.
And then in the doc it says,
oh yeah, look. Of course, I want to understand it better. Specifically, cancel her for the second time, lol. It makes it sound. Yeah, it makes it sound like
the multiple times she's cancelled because of redacted, right?
Yeah. But with Bar, I've been given a lot of bias and priority over Sinder. Bar's been getting on her nerves for a while. Blah 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 blah. Again, this is all secret talk. Yeah, she crops out the bit where it's like, I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao. The means Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Yeah, it's like, yeah, dude, the fucking thing is like, here's all the gossip. Well, we love working with you. He ignores this bit. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder, okay, but like, tell me the tea. Like a little announcement tweet, which is the bit with the actual announcement tweet in it. Yeah, it's just, and Nanolet's agreeing it's pretty weird, lol.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Yeah, look.
True.
It crops out the bit straight afterwards. We can do a deal. Huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao, like forever.
Yeah, that's cut out completely, yeah.
Yep. What's presented next is a screenshot from over 5 months earlier in August of 2024, when Bao's model was cancelled for the first time.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because, this is the chronology fuckery, where it's like, Nano's pretending that that conversation above happened first, which makes this conversation look like, oh, Nano has a guilty conscience and doesn't want to cancel with Bao suddenly.
Yep.
And then and Red comes out of nowhere going, Did you cancel the models? I did not. I don't want to cancel with Bao. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what to do, an analyst, if you know what's best for you.
Yeah. Where Red here is talking about the fucking... Because Red's talking about Nano's streaming career. Like... Because Nano said she wanted to be a streamer, not an artist anymore.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's also cropped out the bit before this, where Bao Nanola suggested cancelling the models herself for her own benefit.
Yeah, this is the smoking gun, right?
Yeah. Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, but asked me to cancel my work mid-progress. Nano's doc never shows where Red asked Nano to cancel Bao's model, because it didn't happen. Bao's model was cancelled, but he did not ask her to do it. Not in August of 2024 or in January 2025. In the instance last year shown above in Nano's doc, she was the one to bring up and consider cancelling Bao's model. All Red did was reassure her in 2024 that it was okay to do so, since this is what she implied she wanted, and ended up going through with it herself. Yeah, missed that. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancelled with her? Question mark? Pepe? Plus, about a week before it was cancelled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. How could it have been cancelled mid-progress? Even though Nano's doc only presents Bao's model being cancelled once, and the evidence shown above was from August 2024, let's assume that Bao's model was cancelled mid-progress in January 25. Well, in January, Nano told Red Bao's model was on her list, as in on her commission list, and not mid-progress. I do not believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. Red didn't ask her to cancel Bao's model in January either. Nano offered and agreed to do it in their deal, but that wasn't shown or mentioned in Nano's doc at all. The document could only show Bao's model being cancelled in August, because it couldn't show anything about it in January without implicating Nano herself. The narrative that Nano was a victim would fall apart because she gladly, willingly offered and agreed to a deal where she benefited at Bao's expense. In addition, it was easy for her to offer to cancel the model again because of the fact it was not mid-progress. Yep. Yeah, and then cancel second time.
That, like, I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao, don't worry. That's like, oof.
Yeah!
And then we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao.
Like, this is her explicitly picking a side and picking Sinder. Yeah. It was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me cancelling the model I had planned with Bao. The document also doesn't show where Red supposedly contacted Nano specifically to check on her cancelling the model she'd planned with Bao, because it doesn't exist. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects she expressed interest in cancelling that they previously discussed, to which she replied, not yet. Yep, we already saw this.
Yeah.
And I can imagine how upsetting this all must have been for her, considering she was the one who brought up cancelling Bao's model in the first place in August, even telling her that she didn't think she could finish a model, and in January was the one who offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model's rigging.
Yeah.
Yep. Exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. They mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. Neither Red nor I had a problem with paying Nano for model exclusivity, which was shown with our video editor Artist 1 and Artist 2, who will be shown in Silver Veil section. Go video editor. Yep, the editor, exclusivity. Nano said she wanted a monthly fee. Red explained to her what we were looking for, which related to me talking about the 3 people he didn't want her to work with. Afterwards, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for a rigging, and that an exclusivity deal about new babies would be separate from the deal they eventually came to. They made it. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The fact that like, the final deal was left out of Nano's document, that's a red flag. Like that's a big red flag for Nano.
Yeah. Sorry, no. I just realized the central thing here.
Yeah.
Red never agreed to a blanket exclusivity deal. That was proposed and then eventually resolved to be a separate deal they might do later.
Oh, true.
What Nano's agreed to was a restricted deal, which you could call exclusivity, but you won't work with these 3 people.
Yeah, exactly. That was Bao, Silver Veil, and someone else.
Wasn't there also a part about not adding any new clients for at least a certain amount of time?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, but no, originally. But here, about new babies, that would be another deal. It was originally that was on the table, but in the end, what they agreed to was just you don't work with XYZ, which is specific people. It was not a deal. It was not a deal that stops Nano from taking on new clients. That's what Redacted wanted, but he couldn't get her agreement in this deal. And again, that would be another deal, which obviously implies, that I might be open to talking about, right? Yeah. So it's not even in the same way they mean exclusivity in these other ones with these other artists. Yeah, because Nano links it all together. Okay. So she does clarify. Nanolis does clarify what she means by exclusivity is a blacklist, not exclusivity. But she does say that. But but the twist here is how she twists this into this is something about overworking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here it's got nothing to do with well. No, wait, why would it? No, that's true. Hang on. But them doing exclusivity would reduce overwork. Wait, sorry. The solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me working on other projects, keep me from working on other projects. They never said that they were going to overwork you by giving you other work. It's because it's messy and not real.
Yeah, exactly.
They made a mutual agreement without general model exclusivity and payment being involved. Why wasn't this shown in Nano's document? Yep, absolutely. But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Sinder only, and if anyone asked me for a commission, they commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange. Red told Nano that if Silverveil asked for her art, we'd replace that work with her own art project. He did not specify model work or say anything about Sinder only. It must not have felt very strange to Nano at this time, because she said herself, it do be fair. then accepted the deal, willingly doing this to Silvervale for her own gain.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. This was only in regards to Silver, like Red says directly above, and never once did he suggest this applied to anyone else who'd ask her for a commission, like Nano's document just claimed.
I mean, also let's just put a lampshade on or a cap on like. Nanolith is fully willing here to like blacklist Silvervale in exchange for like a demon Cinder figure.
Oh well, and money. Like, yeah, actually, I will stand this broadly, right? Like the issue here, with the original deal was exclusivity, right?
Yeah.
The issue was not that Nanolith was against this. The issue was Redacted couldn't afford it.
Yeah, sure. Because
For the right amount of money.
Wasn't it like a $50,000 that Nanolith wanted in the end?
Yeah, or like you know,
That was
I'm
to
not saying,
cancel the project.
Yeah.
Or like the
Yeah.
project she had currently had what they were worth.
yeah. Sorry, I'm not accusing Nanolith of like rubbing for that much money. Like she realized this was a ask, I think.
Yeah.
So that she was just like saying like you know, if you wanted me exclusively, it would be like a lot of money, and so yeah, the point is like if Redacted somehow had the money, Nanolith would have been fine with it. Like you know, we don't have like proof positive with her saying this, right? But the conversation, the sticking point was that Redacted couldn't afford it, not that you know, Nanolith didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
One of the accusations they made was overworking the editor. As you saw, this was never an accusation Red made about Bao, and this is the closest thing he said. Earlier in the document, it said this baseless claim about overworking our editor would be important later on, so it could support another baseless claim presented here. Yeah, it's just a screenshot of that message about Bao's editor. Yet the solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. This is everything we commissioned Nano for in the past year. Nano willingly and excitedly accepted and made time for everything listed here.
That's true.
And besides the increase in GamerSup's work, our project cadence with her has always been consistent. We've always had Nano make my models and outfits with a new starting screen for each of my debuts.
A new
went to her
starting
for
screen for
any
every
ma-
debut. Holy fuck. These people are rich.
Yeah, we went to her for any major artwork for GamerSup's projects because of how important she was to my brand image, and how important they were to her, with the exception of my V-Card artwork specifically because they would have overloaded her schedule. She could have always turned us down if she wanted to, and if she couldn't take her work at the time, we would have either found another artist or pushed our plans back for her like we always have. So, holy shit. Like GamerSup's waifu cup art, 2.0 model Pyro Pup edition, unreleased GamerSup's art, bikini model outfit, Heavenhound model, unreleased GamerSup's art, Heavenhound starting screen art, unreleased GamerSup's art, GamerSup's 8th key label art, Sleepy model, Sleepy starting screen art.
It's literally like it's literally like one major piece per month.
To be fair, like models being the biggest thing, right? Only this and this is a model. Like these are two models. The other stuff was like a modifying the 2.0 model, and an outfit for a model, which I'm not saying downplaying the work, right? And the other thing was art. The argument that we were overworking her to purposefully keep her from other projects is objectively false. The only project she was kept from was when she offered to cancel Bao's model and made a deal with Red in January. And any potential Silvervale projects she would have been kept from, she never was, because she went back on her agreement a week after her model's rigging was paid for, and as soon as Silver asked her for artwork. Silver didn't lose out on working with Nano. The last time she implied feeling overworked was 7 months earlier in September 2024, when she cancelled 7 models herself, and had no problem doing so when she wanted to lighten her workload. She could have done the same to us, but never did. She just wanted to do Cinder stuff. The Nano document goes on. They didn't want to pay for exclusivity, which is untrue. Nano said new model exclusivity would be a different deal than what her and Red eventually agreed on, and payment wasn't included in the deal they made. 2. But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they were guaranteeing me model work for Cinder only. By terms of the agreement she agreed to, if she turned down a commission for Silvervale, we'd replace any income with a project of our own that she'd otherwise lose by doing so. Yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. The solution was the deal Red and Nano agreed to, but wasn't shown in a document.
True.
How could we have been overworking Nano by replacing Silvervale's projects when she would have otherwise accepted anyway? Does that mean that when Silver asked her for artwork and Nano walked back on the deal, Silver was then overworking her? Or only if she turned Silver down and we gave her a replacement project, then that would be us overworking her. This inclusion doesn't make sense and is a blatant lie about what happened, strung together to make it sound like we were abusing Nano when we weren't.
Yeah, I mean,
What's
I
actually
think
going...
this was sniff test for me. Like this doesn't smell right to me.
Yeah. What, like the only angle from Nanolis here is that what Nanolis actually wanted was less workload.
Yeah.
Right, like first principles. But she still wanted the income.
True.
Because otherwise she could just stop working if she didn't need money, right?
No, I mean we established this in Nano's document that like what she wants is a house, and the reason she was working so hard was to get a house while she's still hot, like insofar as popular, insofar as like being a popular artist.
For sure, right? So for sure. But so the key point here, right, is if Nanolis is taking on lots of work to buy a house, then it's not the commissioner's fault for overworking her, right? Like you know, in so far, like you can argue that the enlightened commissioner, who realizes she's overworking herself, might still intervene as a friend, right?
Yeah.
But apart from that, right, like you know, they weren't. It wasn't. They changed an analyst to a desk to their benefit, right? It's the analyst wanted to take on lots of work.
Yeah, I mean they're under contract, and like I mean the Nanolis section, more or less proved that like Redacted wasn't Redacted probably would have been open for Nanolis to like push back on Redacted in terms of any deadline that like, he wanted, and he just work around it.
Sorry, Nina's judging me from over there.
Hello, Naruto. Hello. The Nanolis village. True.
Yeah,
but I agree, Karnak. It seemed like Redacted put Nano on such a pedestal that he was waiting to like push back stuff if it meant like Nano would do the work. Like,
yeah,
absolutely.
It's that important to him that he's like, no, okay, take your time or whatever. It's like your health and like that, like as long as we get that art, like eventually, it's like it was that important.
Basically, what analysts wanted, right? Like is. And now I'm synthesizing from what I've read, right? I'm not quoting analysts. Analysts wanted to be able to save the exact same, roughly the exact same amount of money per month towards her house.
Yeah, and do less work.
And do less work. And the issue is Redacted. That wasn't a deal that Redacted could do.
Yeah.
One, they literally may not have been able to afford it, like on a guarantee to get, couldn't guarantee that. And two, it's not a good deal for them, necessarily. But again, that's because so it's just because that's how the deal developed. Like Nanolis still agreed to a deal, and the deal was ultimately was that Nanolis made some money. Got a bit of extra money. Yeah.
One could also argue that, like, when Redacted was saying the exclusivity thing originally, it's just like the premise of like when you're bartering with someone, you go over the top, so that way it like gets lowered down to what you actually want.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
but,
it could be.
That's also just being generous.
No, for sure. I mean, to be clear, like while Nano and Redacted were apparently friends, they also are like people doing business with each other and exchanging money and goods between them, right? Like they, that's inherently to an extent an antagonistic relationship for sure. But like to me, that's like they should have been like extremely obvious to both sides from the start. Like they're all adults. Like of course we're doing business with each other, right? Like it's inherent that when we're negotiating, our positions are not, we're acting in our own interests, not each other's, by default. And obviously, it's nice if we can all get what we want and all be happy. But you know, business is business, as
they would say.
Yeah. Their primary concern is that the more non-Sinder models I make, the less valuable my existing models become. That by working with other people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special. Oh, this is just where they quote from Nano section where Red explains his like perspective on like models and rarity.
Yeah.
A key thing is that Red like still thinks Nano's models are amazing and valuable and awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And like because it's spun in Nano's document to make that look like they're because Nano uses like that quote to be like, oh, the Red doesn't like my models that much, but like Red's saying the exact opposite. He's like, your models are literally like Cinder's differentiating factor, and I want to have that all to myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and I believe Red was saying as well that like it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree. It's not necessarily a good or a bad philosophy. That's just his philosophy on it, on like things, and you can see it, for example, in trading cards, etc.
Yeah. Sorry, just because I don't quote this bit here, it's hard to say how much this messed with Nanolith's mind as an artist. That by working with other people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special. But I remember that this conversation, the original conversation about more models equals less special, was months and months earlier, like way before January. They did talk about it in January, I think, but they talked about it way before. And like, basically, this is implying that this was living in Nanolith's head rent-free for ages, and she never resolved it.
Yeah.
Like, she never resolved this like feeling. Following screenshot is of them setting up the blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits for Silverveil specifically, and justifying those things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Sinder somehow will become less special. Yeah, she's like linking stuff together, where the actual deal is not. The following screenshot is Red stating the terms to start negotiating the exclusivity deal, specifying that existing model clients or artwork commissions would be unaffected. How Red justify the terms he started with doesn't matter. Nano didn't have to agree with him. Nano never spoke about his thought process here and still reached an agreement at the end of their conversation.
Yeah, like, because like Nano continued to work with Redacted after knowing this. And then created a deal with him, knowing his philosophy.
Yep. And also, the deal was not that she couldn't work with any other new client. That's not what she agreed to. And yeah. The idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. Red's model ideology should never have been shared with Nano unless he actually explained to her what he was talking about. He never forced Nano to agree with him, and both of us could see and understand both sides of the argument, which is why it wasn't brought up since 2023.
Yeah, true.
Until he went to Nano about exclusivity. Nano didn't push back or question it when Red said it, and was still willing to negotiate an exclusivity deal that would have prevented her from working with other people. Yeah, it's like, you still signed a deal. Like, you did the deal. If you think it's wrong, then the answer is, well, fuck you, I don't want to work with you anymore, Redacted. You're weird and gross. Not, actually, let's do a deal. After realizing what taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. The way this is written makes it seem like Nano never agreed to a deal with Red when she actually did, but it's purposely never shown in the document. Exactly, because she can't write it like this if the
screenshot of her agreeing exists, right?
Yeah. Nano said the deal was fair, and gladly accepted it, but it's specifically cut off in the screenshots from her document. Red asked her to confirm the details of their agreement, and she did. She only backed out a month later after she'd already gotten what she wanted, and because Silver approached her for a commission and she couldn't turn it down. Her messages cancelling the deal to Red were again never shown.
Yeah.
Her workload wasn't and wouldn't have been affected at all, other than her having less work after cancelling Val's model, which is presented as only happening once in a document. Yeah. I don't care about Bao and Cotton.
Yeah.
And then, the deal, the bit shows.
Yep.
Then the screenshot jumped to the end of their conversation an hour later, but cut off right before Nano calls the deal fair and accepts it to make the argument she never agreed to a deal with Red. Yeah. To be fair, yay deal. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I'm setting myself up with problematic people to get me to reconsider working with them. That's not at all what happened or was implied to Nano by Red in their conversation. At no point did he say anything about reconsidering work with Shy Lily or to cancel her plans. Red told Nano what I'd been experiencing with Shy Lily because he thought that her work with Nano on a model could be correlated, and he's always gossiped with her as a friend. Oh yeah, because I forgot, because this is in like early 2025, after the exclusivity deal, in like March or whenever it was, that he starts bringing out Shy Lily and like good vibes. But like, and it's only because. Yeah, okay. They also continuously kept asking me about my other clients' plans, which had been done for well over 2 years between Red and Nano, with her willingly sharing them, even about Shy Lily, which is what this is in reference to. For Nano to suddenly imply this was a problem to her is contradictory to years of her own behaviour, and immediately went into slandering Lily. Red did not slander Shy Lily. The things Red told Nano were true to what I was actually experiencing with her. Yeah, that's true. Slander has to be false.
Yeah, true.
Like, if it's actually a true statement, it's not slander. Kept trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and then working only with Sinder isn't trying to look out for me. The deal Red and Nano was made 3 months earlier and ended 2 months before this conversation. It only involved 3 people. Nano and Red never talked about exclusivity beyond what happened here, and Nano never said it was off the table. Red wouldn't have had to convince her to go exclusive, somehow using drama to do that. It was a matter of making another deal, like Nano said. She was the first one to bring up the possibility of exclusivity.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Apart from the one statement in the beginning of 2023, which never followed up on. Yeah. In their conversation about Shy Lily, there was nothing about exclusivity, working only with me, that this drama was any kind of reason for her to do so, or Red ever saying he was looking out for her. This came to lead to again to believe that Nano never agreed to a deal with Red to begin with when she actually did. These screenshots were from April. Okay. I'm gonna mean to her about using a luxury item one time. The idea that they need to stay informed and engage the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. Sharing her plans has never bothered Nano in the years of working with Red, and for her to flip her opinion of this out of nowhere is unbelievable. Besides willingly sharing what she was doing with Shy Lily 2 weeks before I was cancelled, she even shared her project plans with Silvervale after cancelling her deal with Red because of it. Oh yeah, she cancelled her project plans with Silvervale with Red.
Yeah.
After cancelling the deal. Yeah. Can I ask you what you're working on with Silver?
Red never used the phrase "gauge the competition" like it's quoted in his document. These are the closest things he said. Yes, and that's the closest thing he said.
The competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped support the platform Sinder. The competition referred to in the messages shown was one person, not plural. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering Shy Lily's competition with how she was treating me at the time of this conversation. I did not.
Which is a real thing.
Yep. I did not start to view her this way and only wanted to fix what was going on, evident in my message to Nano on the 21st of April. Oh, my message to Lily, sorry, on the 21st of April. Yeah. And that's Sinder saying it. So, yeah. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me. No, Shy Lily working with Nano was not the catalyst of Red thinking this way, but it was the reason he talked to Nano about her. Again, the conversation is about Shy Lily, not plural creators. Red said to Nano that it felt like we'd have to compete with Shy Lily and started considering her as competition because of her unwarranted actions and change in attitudes towards me. She was not treating me like a friend, and working with Nano on a new model was just another thing on top of what I was already experiencing that Red thought was related.
Yeah.
And that somehow justified their actions. What actions? What action did Red take against Shy Lily in his messages to Nano, besides asking Nano questions and daring to tell her what Shy Lily was doing towards me. They implied Lily ignored Sinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. Dude, again, what's weird is like, if this is meant to be about like how an analyst suffered, what's it got to do with anything? Like is this like suddenly this doc is about like Shy Lily's like? By the way, Shy Lily's really cool and was unfairly harmed. Like, huh? What's that got to do with? Right?
Well, I mean, that's supposed to be like evidence that like Shy Lily's orchestrating it, right? Because it's like Shy Lily's perspective. How was Shy Lily hurt?
Yeah, but this is an analyst's doc, right? This belongs in Shy Lily's doc.
Yeah.
But, you know, because Shy Lily's writing all of it, right? Which is what's actually going on. Red said Shy Lily wouldn't acknowledge me by name, not ignore my raid. Red clearly says in his message to the Nano that I raided Shy Lily a couple times. The Nano's doc could only address one of them. Nano included an exact timestamp link to one of the 2 times I raided Shy Lily that Red told her about in Shy Lily's defense. His link to that raid from the 30th of March, we already seen it. Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes, after she basically moved on with the stream, you'd see that she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. However, what wasn't linked was the second, more recent raid Red told Nano about from the 11th of April, a day before he spoke to her about how Shy Lily was acting. Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect a friend to do or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders and didn't thank them either. Yeah, the same thing we already saw. In the past, yeah, the same thing. They thought it was because Silvervale lives the head rent free forever. So I thought it was the same thing. I will talk about race to Shy Lily again when I go over the things she said herself. So the raid. So if you thought we were done talking about the raids, we're not.
Look. 80% of this document is about like raiding politics. Okay, like who raids who? Why do they raid? How many do they raid with? And how's the raid acknowledged? This is very important in VTuber law.
Yeah. Below, I wanted to push back and make clear I, an analyst, was uncomfortable on being dragged into drama. They responded by bringing up more drama and baseless claims, all while trying to guilt trip me. It is ironic crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to on multiple occasions mention other people's alleged drama. The drama Nano is talking about in the next screenshot is specifically in regards to Silvervale, after she cancelled the exclusivity deal. The only time Nano ever said she didn't want to be involved in drama was around Silvervale. She never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama, and no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January, about Charlotte Lee in April. The baseless claims being referred to here were me telling Nano people are still comparing us to this day, which was true and had affected me for years.
Yeah.
I agree there was guilt tripping Nano with this message. I was upset that
she went back on the deal.
She went back on the deal because the last result that could have ended one of the biggest comparisons. The outcome of the conversation and Nano's decision didn't change because of it, and we reached a mutual understanding.
Yep.
These results below were 2 months before the conversation Red had with her about Shy Lily. In February, tell me about a cancelling agreement with Red. Yeah, okay, we've already seen this. Just skip this bit though. Her message is cancelling the deal with Red the day before she messaged me about it whenever shown in the her document. Justifying their behaviour by stating they're simply looking out for me. Once again, where is the message where either of us state that we're simply looking out for Nano? I justified my behaviour with how I felt towards Silvervale because of the actions of her and her community towards me. When Nano came to me about how she felt and didn't want to be involved in drama around Silver, I was okay with it and didn't hold it against her. She didn't need to agree to the terms of the exclusivity deal if she didn't agree with Silvervale being included, but she did. And manipulated me into being grateful for earning well, thanks to them, despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Nano was not manipulated to say what she said to me. There was no loss of work for Nano with Silvervale or any other clients due to minor Red's actions. The reason why she ultimately went back on the deal she agreed to was because Silver approached her about a commission and Nano couldn't turn it down. Another example of going after other clients of mine before, claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special with the recurrence of, it's just business. Neither of us have gone after other clients of hers unless you count Red and Nano's negotiations about exclusivity. Here's what Red said about Nano's work being less special from 2023. Yeah, it's the only time we brought it up until the January 2025. Yep. As was explained before, the dishonest framing of It's Just Business by Nano's doc was intentional. The conversation with the It's Just Business was from November 2023. Nano cleared what it meant, because she's never talked about it again. Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons and that I risk losing the special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. I agree that me saying, but if I prefer to work with other clients instead of me, was guilt tripping her. I regret how I faced this, but I already accepted her decision by my use of It's Just Business, like Red had said to her the day before. Neither me nor Red tried to change her position or decision, and she wasn't manipulated to change it. We both agreed with her and accepted it. Okay. I thought that I wouldn't be a nano model only VTuber anymore, because of her not having a lot of time for my projects to keep up with my model cadence.
To be fair, she's got like a monthly cadence of like, I need art every month, otherwise I'm like ruined.
I know. I thought I'd have to find another model artist, which is I reminisced about my first model. I told her first I should only have her model art, blah 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 blah. He's only one model. Yeah, okay.
No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need to work with other clients due to the nature of my work, solely focused on their issues. Here's what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DMs with her during the situation. All these messages are from the same conversation and appear in the screenshots from Nano's document below. However, they're separated among 3 topics in the document that the document covers. Red and I understood Nano's position and agreed with her. We didn't force her into anything or force her into thinking a certain way of her own. To her own detriment.
Yeah, we've already seen all this.
Yeah.
Like everyone ends up agreeing that she's a free artist and she can do what she wants.
Yeah. Yes, Wilhelm von Gratz. It's the 1,000 pages.
Yep. I would also like to note again, the screenshot is one of many occasions that indicate Red speaks on Sinder's behalf. Yes, Red spoke for me all the time to lots of different people because that's Smitty's job as my manager and I trusted him. But Red also spoke for himself and for the brand. No, we didn't always agree on our feelings or wants. There's been many times this has walked things back because I disagreed or had to compromise. To assume in every single instance for forever there were 100% agreement on things is crazy. There are a total of 2 times Nano had ever messaged me about her conversations with Red. This situation from 2023 and when she cancelled exclusivity deal in 2025.
Yeah.
Nano's doc presents my conversation with Nano from the situation before any of the context of Red's conversation with her that happened a day earlier, deceptively masking the context of my use of the phrase. Unless you're paying attention to the dates, you never know the timeline of events.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, 11/26.
So, in the full context of the conversation from the screenshots below, Red never said anything about Nano being exclusive to us, or ever told her to only work with Cinder related things. He never said every design was Cinder clone, because his reasoning wasn't about other models being Cinder clones. His message in the screenshot happened in November 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal. Nano's document doesn't point that out. Here's everything that Red said that Nano took as him asking her to not work with anyone but me. He was confused in his messages because he never asked her to do this, or was somehow making her do this.
Yeah.
Red's full thought process behind Nano's work being less special and no longer unique was explained in her section, but he didn't explain his point of view to her. This was not a black and white issue. Red and I could understand both sides of it, ultimately sympathizing and agreeing with Nano's perspective. No, thank you, Walter.
Yeah. Yep, this is the free artist conversation. They end up agreeing on what it means.
It's simply business. It's just business. Bro, Cinder needs to have like a business, like a businesswoman toggle after this drama, 100%.
Absolutely. Both of mine are reduces with just business or similar phrases be dishonest, misinterpreted, and twisted to fit the idea that it has to somehow to justify sabotaging others. Yada 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 yada.
I explained before, the phrase was used to accept Nano's decision in 2023. And Red using the phrase business is business to try and sabotage anyone. If you only look at my messages without the context of Red's conversation with Nano happening the day before, it looks like I'm saying it's just business about Nano cancelling models. That's not what I meant. I spoke to Red about his conversation with Nano before hearing from her,
My use of it's just business was in reference to what he said. Presented out of order, out of context, and if you're someone other than Nano, who hadn't expressed the talking in red, and I back to the situation, you see my message to Nano and get the wrong idea. And Nano's document purposely showed my message first, without context before it, to manipulate the narrative. Hello, Palmy16. Hello, hello. Hello, mate. Yeah.
This bit was excluded.
Yeah, that's the excluded bit. The stuff was excluded from Nano's document. We've gone over this already.
Damage control.
Making
Sure none of this reaches the other VTubers and is all kept hush-hush. Also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues with Sinder's creative painted in this slide. I mean... well... The example shown in the next screenshot is after Nano cancels Silvervale's model. Red did not ask her to, or make her do it, or target Silver in any way. Obviously wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was my fault, because it wasn't. Or the fact they were talking about her at all. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep things between them about another VTuber was when they made the exclusivity deal. Not only to keep what he said between them from the other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from Me Too. I mean, yeah, so like it is kept hush-hush. But like she agreed to it. She agreed to the deal. If you think the deal's wrong, don't agree to it.
Yeah, 100%.
Like she never accepts fault for this. Like, for her part in agreeing to a deal that's secret. Note that the uncalled shot at Silvervale is even spoiled, a hidden message in Discord so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. Pointing out and claiming a message was hidden so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked, as the reason doesn't make any sense. Red fully trusted Nano to keep things private between them, not just with one sense of the message. Well, who else would that one message in DMs was immediately buried be accidentally leaked to if it wasn't spoiled? Nano leaked the exact message here, and hiding did nothing to stop her from getting leaked at all. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it's
Yeah.
This constant obsession with Silvervale. There are a total of 3 major instances where Silver came up on Red's messages to both Nano, 2 which 2023, the other January 2025. In the aftermath of those cases were the only times Nano and I talked about her. My experience with Silvervale explains in her section this document. I mean, yeah, like, okay.
Section.
To be fair, absolutely. Silvervale did live in the head.
Yeah, that's the...
Like,
Yeah, I want to hear their explanation. What's that justification?
The Silvervale section is definitely like the Candy Factory.
oh, we get that
Oh,
next.
it's next.
After
Awesome.
200. Yeah. Claiming she's asking for it by causing this unspoken competition which is coming from absolutely no other source than Sinder herself. No other source than Red. These are Red's words. He did not say she was asking for it and sympathized with Silver's perspective. This exact screenshot is what's shown next in Nano's document. I did use Silver as competition, but not until 2024, which is shown in the next section. Yeah, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, we've all seen this. The last message Nano presents below is from May 2023, where it's talking about spite,
Not
Silvervale. Silver pointed out that this is about someone else or from a different time. This is all that was shown about spite, and Nano's doc didn't include anything about Red asking and Nano agreeing she wouldn't work to spite for some reason, even though it had helped Nano's case. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Because they're talking about... Sorry, can you go back up to the given screenshot? Because the given screenshot is about spite, obviously. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound. Okay, yeah, and then it's about the Sober Pups thing. And none of this is like the unfollow is weird, and the unfollow is talking about Silvervale, I think?
Yeah, because it's related to the earlier thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh no, this is spite.
It's all about spite, yeah.
Yeah, the unfollow is about spite, but no, yeah, but they never said the word spite. Oh no, because it's blacked out.
Yeah.
So this seemed, yeah, to be fair, this, yeah, and I think I read this and did think it was about Silvervale or something. I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for our own efforts and size when our own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber. Huh? Me trying to gain Silver's recognition came far before there was any kind of effort to ever try doing anything against her. They were not simultaneous, and a huge majority of the context around my relationship with Silvervale over the years was never explained to the public, including by myself in my apology. yet again, I'm like, that's really interesting, analyst. What the fuck has this got to do with you? Except that it's in your DMs, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, yet again, you continue to work with Redacted and Cinder after they whinged and bitched about Silver.
Hmm.
So apparently it wasn't enough to stop working with them. It didn't matter to you that much.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, feeling entitled and insisting to be recognised by someone else is odd. I didn't feel entitled to be recognised by her. I felt pressured to. On one hand, I was being harassed for being similar to her, and on the other, I was constantly asked to do things with her. If at the bare minimum we could get along on Twitter, it would have stopped the hate and satisfied the fans wanting us to interact. Similar to another couple popular VTubers that had beef in the past publicly ended the feud between them. But Silver couldn't allow herself to do even that.
Villainous, epic villainous Silvervale.
Any detectives want to work out? I don't remember what the beef is about.
Who knows? Who knows?
Alright, yeah. If everything makes sense and everyone who's been hurt, manipulated, sabotaged by her will find closure. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before. Speculation. Another thing I'd like to point out is the fact that Nano's screenshots presented in both her and Bao's documents
were manipulated after Nano had already given them to Shylily and Bao, meaning that someone helped Nano cover up the information and providing Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way.
Here's one of the screenshots in Nano's doc. The bottom's cut off. Here's the same screenshot from Bao's document. The image is in higher quality, the censorship is done differently, and the bottom where Nano says the deal was fair is present, although it's not cut off.
Yeah.
Nano was the only one who could have had these screenshots from her DMs with Red to give to Bao to use. Even the timestamps of the DMs are the same. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Manipulated after Nano. Right, so Nano gave them uncensored screenshots.
Yeah.
Is what's happening.
Yeah.
And like bigger screenshots. Okay. If Bao's document had the full screenshot, then that means Nano showed them the full screenshot. But at some point after showing Shylily, Bao, my friends, it was decided to edit the screenshot in Nano's document to crop out her calling the deal fair, removing her guilt. Oh wait, yeah, the Bao's doc includes the bit where it says the deal's fair from Ao. Another example is of the image of Red's message about Cotton. In Nano's doc, the message about Cotton is deliberately doctored out of the image as if it never existed. Nano, who had no relationship with Cotton and is on record saying she didn't care about her, would have had no reason to do this.
They're pushing the Nano doesn't care about Cotton. All you Cotton VA fans, Nano hates Cotton.
The Bao's document shows the message and just censors Cotton's name. It also contains a message at the bottom, unlike the screenshot Nano's used. I'm unsure why Bao's own name is censored in the screenshot from her document. I think it was a mistake, actually. Actually, I wonder if that means that Bao didn't do the editing.
Yeah.
Screenshot editing. And it was like her editor or someone working with her. So if my friends knew what the full screenshots showed here, but they were manipulated into Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message, calling their deal with Red fair, was seen by Shylily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who are involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making their decision to cancel me. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shylily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us.
Yeah, no, this is what I said, right?
Exactly. How could she show Shylily what she did and said about one of her best friends, Bao? Exactly. How can Nano show the show where she cancelled on Bao twice out of her own benefit?
Yeah.
And blamed on other stuff, and was like, "Yeah, I don't give a fuck about Bao and Cotton.
Yeah.
Whatever, fucking." No. If Shylily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shylily sure what Red said about her. And that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her, with whatever little evidence was given for it. So what they're arguing here is that somehow, unlike Cinder's other friends, Charlie would have been okay with only seeing a little bit of evidence.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Charlie and Nano what happened, and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, his most trusted friends were telling her what happened and posted a document 2 days later.
Yeah, again, Bao did nothing wrong. Like Bao's being completely manipulated.
Yep. Supporting the idea that they may not have seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this and may have been manipulated not to under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. And if they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. What was Nano's motive to leak messages to Shy Lily and eventually post this document? Speculation. Well, here it's heating up. Everything that was posted was on top of Nano's claims. But if her story isn't true, and she wasn't manipulated, and Red didn't lie to her, then what was the motivation? Nano's manager Akira told Red that Nano wouldn't be working with us anymore due to artistic burnout and for no other reason. Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's doc, and she showed no signs of burnout in her conversations with her for several months. Since I was cancelled, she's continued to work on more than plenty of projects.
Of course.
It doesn't make sense as a motive. This is the part where I'm like, Nanolas, how do you not see this unraveling? Like, to maintain these narratives, you have to like not work, or like somehow work in secret and not get credited for anything.
None of this burnout wasn't public. Yeah, Akabara?
The thing is, Nanolus kept being like kept canceling people and then like pulling on more people each time.
Yeah.
Right? But and then she turned around and blamed it on Rad, like manipulating her into doing this. But that can't be the case if she's still doing it after she's like completely dropped Rad.
Absolutely.
And like dropped the docs and everything. So it's like, well, it couldn't have been Rad if it's like an isolated thing from it.
Yeah. Also, if Akira the manager is real and not a complete fake kayfabe,
it's Momotex.
How come there's been no, like, how come he doesn't have a better working schedule, or how, like, why, like, I mean, that's hard as bow to pull. I mean, the bigger issue is that, like, has anyone, like, a bigger thing, which is relying on other people who've worked with Nanolith since then to talk about, is, has Akira shown up ever again in any other work commissions that people have done?
True.
And in timestamps, if Nanolith does work in like May of this year, talking directly with other people,
or
about Akira,
or through Mio instead of Akira.
Yeah,
then it's like
earlier it was like, oh, it's all a mess because the manager's not even present in any of the scene. But now Akira's here with a new manager, so why is it still a mess?
Yeah, true.
Exactly. As can be seen from our DMs, Nano was always treated well by us and was always excited to work on my projects, even right up to her last messages to us. Not wanting to work together wouldn't be her motive. Since working with Nano, my work alone has made My work alone has made her over $100,000
Yeah.
with about $60,000 of that being within the last year from when I was cancelled. Given that I was the most frequent client, she wouldn't have had a monetary reason to do this. Yeah, like why cancel Sinder? Like Cinder's giving you lots of work and making you lots of money.
Yeah.
She's making you the most money of anybody.
Yeah.
Nano's
And
reason.
Purple Orange said earlier, like, it wouldn't have been about the money because the tipping point was like a $300 figure or something on top of the deal.
Yeah.
Which means there's ulterior motives than like a monetary one.
Yeah. Nano's reasoning behind many of her claims written in a document are contradictory to how she behaved for years and how she responded to situations when they happened. Those couldn't have been a motive. Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked to her about Shy Lily. Why was that her turning point? If Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Shy Lily, then why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she come talk to me about it? Because she suspected Red, who's been on her side for years, of lying before she'd ever suspect of the Shy Lily of any wrongdoing. Oh, dude, this is
yeah, this is it.
where
Yeah. So
the fangs get
no.
the Shy Lily.
Yeah, no, this is this is the huge pivotal question, right? What did Shy Lily tell Nano? Like unironically, if you're doing like the conspiracy, if you're doing the conspiracy brain, is like, what was the conversation between Shy Lily and Nano that caused Nano and Shy Lily to like swap notes over redacted?
Exactly.
Walter, just for clarity, the author of this Google Doc had her entire career ruined by Nanolith and Shy Lily.
Yeah.
Like she had her entire professional career, like she lost her entire streaming platform, had her name dragged through the mud, and her boyfriend dumped her over this.
Also, Kana covered this particular situation in multiple videos earlier in the year.
And I got cancelled for it. I got cancelled. Lamau.
Your own doc. Google Docs like breed. They have little baby Google Docs.
I got my own Google Doc. Yeah.
True. I believe Nano was curious about the things Red said about Shy Lily and asked Shy Lily about them. Shy Lily lied to Nano about her own actions and told Nano that Shy Lily was being manipulated by Red. No, told Nano that Nano was being manipulated by Red. Nano's being... If we're to believe that Nano was so easily manipulated by my manager in their casual conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber Shy Lily directly throughout this whole ordeal? Oh, you're using it against her. Yeah, if Nano is someone who's easy to if Nano's whole thing is I was manipulated by like the mediocre manipulator Red, then she could surely be manipulated by the amazing Shy Lily.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, he's saying I'm very guiltyable. Nano betrayed Red's trust in her after believing everything Shy Lily said and either willingly leaked more DMs to Shy Lily for opinion, or Shy Lily asked Nano if there's more to see. There's no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation wouldn't make sense if she wasn't also a victim. Shy Lily, in lying to Nano, inadvertently gave her the excuse and support she needed to blame all of her actions on Red and I without ever having to show it. Nano leaking messages, hiding the truth, and going along with the plan to post a document was about self-serving, self-preservation in the eyes of Shy Lily, my friends, and the public, at the expense of people who supported her for years.
Yeah.
Which is true, because it's mostly an analyst. Obviously, we're gonna have to approach. Why did Shy Lily do this?
Absolutely, yeah. No, like that has to be. That has to be something like Shy Lily's motivation has to be something other than like. It doesn't have to be something other than spite, but like. You have to prove the spite.
It feels deeper seated than that.
Yeah. Also, a big thing is abuse victims when they lie. So when an abuse victim lies, somebody that they lie about is normally somebody safe. So Nanolist might lie about like a friend, because she's in like a tough spot, and she thinks like, oh well, nobody will believe me if I throw Sinder under the bus. There's like a weird logic there that like abuse victims use to like when they want to lie about somebody.
Okay. Who wrote Nano's doc? Speculation. I don't believe Nano wrote her own document, and whoever did manipulated the information Nano had and eventually wrote about me. Nano then presented it to the public, and the real author kept their hands clean from any direct involvement. Nano documented states itself that she didn't write it or put it together. This is further evidenced by the fact Nano's DMs are typed completely differently to how her document is written. Moderately strong evidence.
Yeah, that's moderately strong evidence. The document starts with Bao's involvement, not about herself, and not about what chronologically happened. Nano was on the record saying she doesn't care about Bao.
Oh yeah! Yeah, because even though Nano didn't leak it right, they know. Like, the truth is, Nano said she didn't care about Bao. So why no document if she's telling the truth? Yeah.
The message from Red about Cotton hurting one of our friends was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this, and she's on record saying she didn't care about Cotton. Nano had no prior relationship with our friend who was hurt either.
Yep.
The way Nano's document claimed she felt about Red asking about her plans about gossiping with her contradicts years of her own behavior. Issues with situations over the past couple years claimed in her document weren't a problem to her when they happened. Yeah. Nano would have known exactly how the events presented played out and the full context behind them. She lied about them, and someone who was just using Nano's messages helped her do it. They didn't care about the validity of the claims being made, only that they supported the greater narrative, purposely leaving out critical context and distorting the other order of events. Only one screenshot of messages about Spite was included. Nano's document never mentioned Red asking her not to work with Spite. Even though that seemingly would have helped her argument, the person who wrote it didn't know about it ever happening. However, I believe this wasn't included on purpose.
So is she saying, I believe this was included? So is she saying it wasn't included by accident? Or are you saying like or is she saying, I believe this was intentionally left out? I don't know yet. Sorry, I literally can't remember. So they're saying Red did ask her not to work with Spite at some point.
Yes, Red did ask her not to work with Spite. That's true.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, okay.
It's in like 2023 because they thought Spite was copying her because of the fire ears.
Oh yeah. Nano's document repeatedly uses the ampersand symbol throughout it, not just in section titles, but in the written text too, 25 times. Not once in the years of working together has she ever used an ampersand in either of her messages with her, and in my experience anywhere else, it's not commonly used.
Yeah, that's
the ampersand accusation.
That's a big type like the ampersand thing feels small, but actually that ampersand thing's pretty huge because typically a copy editor.
You gotta use them or you don't, you know?
Well, no. Typically a copy editor, because if the document's just copy edited, then typically a copy editor would take out the ampersand and put in the word and.
Yes.
Or they would use the ampersand correctly, because ampersand is not correct English. Ampersand is only correct English in a title.
Okay.
Yeah, or at least if you decide you want to follow a different rule, you follow consistently.
Yeah. So being ampersand being in the written text is it means this document wasn't copy edited. It was written by somebody who uses the ampersand symbol naturally.
Yeah, and also like it's theoretically possible that okay, well it's code switching, right? So you write you more formally, but again, it's still it's not like complete proof, but it is a pretty good indication. It's like she never uses the ampersand. And she uses ampersand tons in this one document.
With the case switching, I find it less likely just because English isn't their native, and ampersand seems like a strange quirk of English that you just wouldn't just use. Well, it feels like
the thing is, a native English speaker learns the rules of ampersand in high school, but non-native English speakers don't learn the rules.
Well, I don't think they ever taught me about the rules of ampersand.
I was taught the rules of ampersand. I remember it.
Yeah. So, but remember, these people are closer to my age.
Yeah, true.
I was gonna say I don't remember if I learned it or not.
Most
but then
people
I
didn't
remember
get an A+ in English class. Lamau.
True. But I was gonna say that, I forgot. Oh yeah, I was homeschooled.
Yeah, true.
It wasn't necessarily standard curriculum. A dozen people, including Nano, Shylily, and Bao, were involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of ampersand.
Sorry, Alistair Nix. You wouldn't have talked about ampersand because of America's education system.
Yeah. Also, because because it's a contraction thing, right? It's often not used. It's not taught in proper English, right? In the first place.
Dude, I was taught ampersand in year 10 or whatever, and it was weird fucking typography rules of newspapers specifically.
Yeah. A dozen people.
Oh, and you wonder why we didn't get taught it? You fucking still printing newspapers by hand?
You know, this is when Karnak was like learning to use the linotype machine at the like.
They were just like
Steam-powered-
introducing QWERTY.
I was interested
No,
in it
it's-
because it was like a hieroglyph.
No, no, this is Karnak like in the 1850s, like on a steam-powered press, learning.
Learning how to save space, like save a little bit more money in like titles, yeah.
Using like actual lead type, getting cancer off the lead.
I think you've been getting superpowers.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. A dozen people, including Nano, Shy Lily, and Bao, were involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of ampersand, and I believe Bao wrote her document herself. However, Shy Lily's reply to my apology tweet used ampersand a total of 15 times in its
Ooh,
writing.
okay.
Did Shy Lily write Nano's documents? Shy Lily was already giving me multiple signs she had a problem with me before any of this happened.
That's true.
Even saying on stream, she's always had a bad feeling about me.
Okay,
Lily
sorry.
was
I want to hear that.
Yep.
I assume this is after the documents. and
Yes.
everything.
Yeah, this has been the drama breakdown she did.
If I had to make a guess, her shares will simply be bought out. If I had to make a guess, I'm not saying this will happen. If I non-biased, non-gamer sub's opinion, if I had to make a guess, her shares will probably just be bought out. Done. But again, don't take this as Lily said that. No, I'm just saying if I had to make a guess, that, you know. You're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. It's I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it. But as a woman, you can't not.
Dude, no, I love it. I love when they pull out.
Yeah.
They're like,
They're not empathetic.
No, they've got their deck of cards, and she's like, all right, I saved this special one for this occasion. Like, pulls out, reveals, as a woman.
Can I point out what Purple Orange said? Is this actually a nano model she's using?
I don't know. I can't tell. You can tell a nano model specifically because nano models typically have like a specific shoulder to hip ratio. So you can't see your hips here, and they have like a certain way that like nano likes to draw like bazungas, let's call them. And Nano typically also likes to draw tight leather outfits. This is obviously like a loose schoolgirl outfit, so I don't know if this is a Nano outfit or not.
Yeah, we could just after we can just check the wiki.
Don't worry,
The
Purple Orange
visual-
is researching.
Yeah,
They're on it.
Purple Orange is
Got our
on it.
best man on this.
All right.
Get along with another woman based on a gut feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason when they prove to be everything but a threat.
Shy Lily, live your
Can't do
best
that.
life. Do it.
I'm sure it happens with guys too, maybe. You can't just be like, nah, she's too nice. You can't do that, what the fuck? What the fuck kind of reason is she's being too nice to not like someone? What the fuck? You can't do that. Fuck. So most people stay back. Usually when you have a gut feeling, in my case anyways. Usually when you have a gut feeling,
No, that's
you
brute.
stay
That's
back
brute.
and you observe.
I'm happy with this.
I mean, but that VOD is also a reminder. Shy Lily is also ESL, right?
Yeah, 100%.
She has certain speech and thinking patterns that are clearly, because she's German is her first language.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but it obviously the analysis doc does not read as like standard native written English.
I'm also going to say, and this is against women of the universe. You all think you're empathetic and psychic, but let me tell you, every time I've heard the quote unquote, I had a bad feeling about her the entire time, it's always been after somebody dicked you over, not before. Typically sentences like this are like post hoc justifications.
Oh yeah.
Like you don't actually have like the predictive power to know who's a bad person, who's not, and like you like come up with this post hoc justification, and then Cinder's like taken this post hoc justification and said oh, she always hated me, which is like, this is weak for Cinder's stuff, you know.
No, not you, Cabot. He's making a hyperbole here. Men also do it. It's just humans.
No.
I think Cabot's too nice. You know, I have a bad feeling about yeah.
Also, I'd like to say from my sample size of one person, and before rec, Germans apparently don't even know what ampersands are.
Yeah, and before rec,
So why is you using them?
and before rec, are you taught ampersands in school? In German school, not Afghanistan school.
But also, like, if Charlie learned English mostly by like talking on like writing online, right? Like she might not have learned it super formally.
Oh, true.
Yeah, like of course, an ampersand is a shorter way to write and. So you just use it whenever you want.
It's an internet English thing. It's an internet English thing.
Yeah,
I use it at this time of league match. Good luck, ampersand, have fun.
yeah, because like obviously a lot of the way people write in Discord DMs and Discord, right? Even as native English speakers, is not like formally accepted English, right? It's a different style. Shy Lily was involved from the very start, being the first person Nano told about Red's message. Shy Lily was more than willing to lie about me herself, as you will see below. Okay, big. Shy Lily was the one who reached out to Bao for Nano, and most likely was the one to do the same with Cotton, Silvervale, and Spide. Nano's document starts with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shy Lily wrote it instead of Nano. Mina's just got a date. Mina's still judging me.
That Nano's document stuff to Bao is important, I think, because like the question is, would Nano order the information and like at the same time? Purple Orange has come back and confirmed it is a Nano model.
Which but Nano was too burnt out to be working on a model at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine? Just imagine you're in like Redacted and Cinder's like fucking conspiracy brains. And they're in front of their red cotton boards is like who did everything, and like everything's pointing to Shy Lily, and then Shy Lily comes out with a Nano model a month after Cinder gets cancelled. It's like, guys, what do you think, Shy? We think Shy Lily and Nano colluded a bit.
Yep, Nano's the message about Cotton hurting a friend of ours is edited out of the screenshot of Red's DM. Shy Lily's also close friends with that person, and may have done this to keep them out of things. This is not Cotton, this is the third party. But like Cotton's had a not a relationship, worked with or something. A link to the exact timestamp of one of my two raids into Shy Lily's stream that Red told Nano about just so happened to be included in a document in Shy Lily's defense. True. But not the incriminating one.
Yeah, update from Purple Orange. It wasn't the model in the videos, not actually a Nano one. But she did debut in August.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna wipe this pie off my face real quick.
Oh no. Nano's doc claimed manipulation when there wasn't any. Shy Lily was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated, and she was the only other person involved who pushed that claim to the public. Shy Lily started her reply to my apology with it, discrediting anything I said. The absolute and actually, when Charlie's tweet, I can hear it in her voice.
Yeah, I know.
That's and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. This is this was written by Shy Lily. Absolutely, it was.
Yeah.
This bit. My use of "it's just business" was dishonestly portrayed in Nano's doc. Shy Lily used the phrase in a reply to me. She was the only person who lied about the meaning behind it to the public and made it into a meme at my expense. She made it into a meme.
Actually, no. Sorry. That's really important, right? Because making something into a meme implies either a complete accident and like a complete happy accident, or like somebody knows meme culture and knows how to manipulate. Like, I shouldn't say manipulate.
A cultural idea.
Yeah. Like, there's a certain skill at making memes that like not everybody has, and Shy Lily obviously has it as a big content creator. So the fact that like you could use "it's just business" and turn it into a meme is like that's like a thing.
Yeah, it's a powerful force because. Public opinion.
She's a certified memer. Need I say more? She has made many memes go viral on r/funny and ifunny.co. No, you're right. I'm just being stupid. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying.
Just for a clarification, With Shy Lily's use of ampersand, are these just in Twitter things? Because I don't know much about Twitter, but I'm assuming character limit.
That's
So
true.
Yeah.
It makes sense. You'd use an ampersand over A and D.
Yeah.
Saves a lot if you're using it a bunch. And you just want to get in one little extra point.
So why was Nano typing in Twitter speak in her document when she doesn't do that normally in DMs?
I think like the most powerful thing here is that by going on and on and on about it with a bunch of, you know, plausible stuff, right? It's like the real conclusion here is that it basically makes it so long and drawn out that the absolute most straightforward thing to do is just to ask Shy Lily directly, did you or did you not write the document? And if you wrote it, why? Right?
True.
Because that cuts this document, what this huge document does, and a huge section does, is give people the impetus and like the righteousness to push this question.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when the gun run, the COV shoujo, right, it was like on the run, right? And it was like, you can't stream. Because like literally that's the only thing everyone's going to be talking about. Every single chat is going to be asking about this, right? He can't get away from it, whether it's rightly or wrongly. And it'll be this is what this document does for Shy Lily, is like she can either say yes, she wrote it, which opens up, you know, a bunch of other stuff, right? Or if it's, you know, or lie, and then possibly like Cinder's got, maybe if Cinder's got anything she's held back, or like can prove it or something, right? Or it comes out later, right? It's, you know, doubling down, right? It puts her on the spot that if she lies now, then it's like a double down later. Like, or somehow this accusation is wrong and somehow someone else wrote it, right?
Yeah.
And at this point, it's like basically like berating so much. Well, why don't you just tell me who wrote it then? At this point, it's 5 months ago, right? Everything, all the dirty laundry is being aired out now. You may as well tell us.
Yeah, exactly.
Notice document says my friends platformed me when talking about competition. That is very specific wording. Charlie said something very similar in a reply to my apology. She also said very similar things on her stream. Notice doc. The competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped support on the platform Sinder. Charlie's reply, everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you have even had these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. Charlie's stream, oh, let me just platform the very same person that tried to deplatform me and all my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us and begging to be in a position. Alright. Like on there, like, I get on its own, it sounds like she said the word platform, checkmate. It's like, but yeah, put it all together, yeah. These two quotes in Nana's doc are also very similar to what Shy Lily said on stream. Both were claiming manipulation, and Shy Lily specifically used the word problematic when describing someone Nana wouldn't want to work with. Nana's doc, spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic, to manipulate. An example, speaking ill of other creators, blah 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 blah, problematic people. Shy Lily's stream, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone would want to work with.
Yeah, it's a similar
Charlie
language.
Charlie implied she was directly involved in making the documents on her stream. I don't know where I was, but let me just say, in this section that she dedicated to Cotton and me, she said, sorry for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I kind of got mad, because like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. Obviously, there is lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper, it's only private experience. But there's also more receipts, verifiable receipts, that weren't added to the doc, because either they are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they're a little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know. You pick and choose what you want to have up there. Yeah, that implies that you like contributed
like
to
massively,
the doc.
yeah. Alistair? No, you can't.
No, especially if they, I mean, obviously they can write it separately and then copy paste the entire thing into a new doc. Or the metadata or whatever. You know, turn off the thingy history. And most importantly, Nano's doc is filled with the use of ampersand in its writing, just like and only like Shylili's own reply to me.
Yeah.
It's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shylili to write a document for her. Even if Nano lied to Shylili from the start, Shylili still helped Nano lie. Besides presenting everything in such convoluted order, there were doctor screenshots in her document like I showed above. The same screenshot document being uncropped and unedited shows that Bao was being honest with the information she was given, but Nano and Shylili weren't.
True.
Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's doc, Shylili and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it just won't fucking go away.
That's right.
But she was the one
That's probably how Sinder feels as well.
I know, but she was the one who lied the most about it. In Nano's document, in a reply to me on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in his DMs with her 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase in this meeting came directly from what he said the day before. Okay. Right, so let's shit about business.
All right, breaking down Bao's document. So capping that section. As a percentage, what percentage do you think Shylili wrote Nano's document? Because that's like the main. That shows. So like, because the thing is, at the moment, after Shylili's section, I like dickhead rating for Shylili was like a 2 or a 1, like super low.
Yeah.
Because the only evidence we have of Shylili doing anything is like she ghosted Sinder for seemingly no reason. But now Cinder's just tried to make the case that Shylili may have written Nano's document. So like, what's the percentage chance that Shylili wrote Nano's document?
Pretty high. I mean, the problem is for Sinder is that like, unless someone fucks up and releases like, you know, something that proves that Shylili did it, it's really hard to prove, even if it is true, because both Nanolis and Shylili are not native English speakers, and no one else has come forward to say that they. No, I don't think anyone's on record saying definitively they didn't write it. I don't know.
So if you had to put money on it,
yeah, of course, absolutely.
How would you reason if you had to put like $50 on like Nano wrote it or Shylili wrote it? How about like Shylili?
Yeah.
Aki? $50?
Oh, if I have to choose between those two and I'm putting money on it, I don't think that Nano wrote it themselves.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily believe that it was like Shylili who did it all, but I don't think Nano wrote it. She may have like drafted it roughly or something, but I don't think the final version is what she wrote.
Was the author of the Google Doc honest? Like the author of Nano's Google Doc. The author of the Nano's Google Doc, I don't think was honest. Like that's my current
I
opinion.
don't think so either. Wait, go on, Meow.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, like, I mean, Cinder's like that's the stuff that's got evidence for, and she's proven, like, she's shown like exhaustively that, it was, you know, like either Nanolis, you know, only extracted these little bits and pieces and gave it to someone to write, or it was either Nanolis lied, or Nanolis gave them everything and like knowingly together or whatever they both lied. Because if you actually have access to the full conversations, it's obvious that some, you know, like, they just talking about the deal and not including the part where Nanolis agreed to the deal.
Yeah. So Orange has an idea. Orange has like a thing. So Shylili never made a document, but Shylili was very visibly upset with like the situation. Maybe
you think this was her document?
Yeah, but Shylili didn't make a document because Shylili's document was Nano.
Yep. Oh, and because like there's an obvious thing, right? If Shylili wrote Nanolis's document, Shylili probably was not confident she could write 2 separate documents in 2 different styles in English. that would be distinct enough to not look like the same author.
I'm gonna give it 80%. How do you guys feel about 80%? 80% in Shy Lily.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd give 80% it was Shy Lily.
Yeah.
I definitely give 80% that it wasn't Nano, at least.
Oh yeah. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. The other people involved are native English speakers, so that's why I.
Sorry, I had to cut you off there. Go.
Oh, which is why I think that like of the Persona Vitae, whatever it's called, like I think that Shy Lily is a really good, is likely to be the one who worked on it.
Yeah.
With Nano or wrote it. Like whether as I said, whether like Nano started it and like Shy Lily finished it, or they worked on it together collaboratively, or Shy Lily wrote it completely for her from the stuff that Nano gave her, like whatever.
Yeah.
I think what I think is most likely is that they did work on it together based on the timestamps and the different pictures. At first there was a little bit of a pattern of like one timestamp not having context as much, but then the other one also removed context. But I definitely think there was at least one other person as well. Like, I think they worked together, but I think there was at least one other person on top of it that, like, probably did, like, a final proofreading or something.
Also, like... Oh, no, hang on, I lost it. Let me get it back. Why would Charlotte... Like, what's another reason Charlotte wouldn't make her... Again, it goes back to the, like... Nanolith is ostensibly got a valid reason for writing Google Doc because she's allegedly been screwed over by Sinder and Red.
Yeah.
Bao, like, why does Bao have a justification for a Google Doc? Okay, because
Nanolith has shown her like proof that Bao has she cancelled on Bao.
Sinder.
Sorry,
was like the one doing it, right? Yeah. Was the proof that like Bao was shown. She was convinced that Sinder was behind sabotaging her profession.
Yep. Silver Veil, it makes sense that Silver's doc came later because Silver's doc is like, like Silver just comes up, because Silver comes up as someone who potentially could have gotten screwed over by not having work done, but like it never happened. Like she never got work rejected. And it's just that, she apparently lives rent-free in Cinder's head, like for all these years. And Red's head. And like, when you go to Shy Lily, well, she wasn't involved she wasn't involved at all in any sense of this until like February, whenever it was. And like, the only way she's involved is that one, Sinder and Red talked about Shy Lily in relation to the collab and the concept, and that Red had like suspicions that Shy Lily didn't like them. But again, like but those suspicions are tied up in the first place with like Shy Lily doesn't like them anymore because of the doc. Yeah.
Okay, let's do the Nanolith defense hat on. What's Occam's razor? What's the simplest explanation for why these docs exist?
Nano folded because, as she's shown previously in a pattern, whenever someone gives her an idea, it becomes her idea. And she folded to someone else and was convinced of the point of view so thoroughly that she believed she was being taken advantage of because she was way too in over her head. I know we say she's an adult, 22, adult legally, but I feel like not the best when you're like, she was dove basically to being like, in my eyes, leading like high fashion for VTubers, which is just an industry she was so far out of her depth with. She was still thinking, we're all friends. This is like, friend to friend, my clients. Like, they're not just my clients, they're all my friends.
Yeah, especially redacted.
And not understanding the difference. Yeah, and if we're putting on the nano defense, she was basically just manipulated back and forth from different sides until she just completely gave into one side after she in a way isolated the
Well, I
other.
think even harder nano defense would be when Nano talked about her situation with Shy Lily with the exclusivity deal. Shy Lily showed her that like this wasn't like a normal thing to happen, and Nano realized that like Sinder was manipulating her. So Nano wrote the document in good faith, thinking that she'd been manipulated by Sinder and Redacted.
Yeah.
This is like the Nano did nothing wrong argument, I think.
For me, the problem is that like Occam's razor would not lead me to defend Nanolis, right? Like those are two separate things.
Okay.
Like, to me, Occam's razor is that like because we know from the screenshots that Nano was happy to cancel on Bao and Cotton, and was happy to do an exclusivity deal, a blacklist deal, whatever. And that she was happy. She was fine with when she got too overwhelmed. She was more than she was fine with like canceling a bunch of models of people all at once.
Yeah.
And so, it to me seems very. Occam's razor is. This is a bit I can't like completely in. Is somehow. No. It was somehow the people she'd screwed over by the blacklist deal and stuff, and all the like stuff she'd said in the past about Bao and that. We're in a position to know.
Macadamia.
And yeah, and that like to know that like Nanolis had done this to them. And Nanolis was like, fuck, I look like a piece of shit. What's the easiest, like how can I get out of this situation? And it's easy. Oh, this is, I mean, whether Charlotte may well have put the idea into her head. Once the idea's there, like, absolutely. Blame Sinder and Red for everything. The thing, like, the best thing is the thing happened, but it wasn't my fault. And, you know, and then you can come back to the fold, and it's great, because then it's only like Sinder and Redacted who have to get, like, shit on, and everyone else can keep being happy and work with each other. And you know, there's only one villain.
Is the simplest reasoning that somebody in this situation, whether it's Sinder, Nanolis, Shy Lily, or whoever, somebody in the situation is malicious? Is that Occam's razor?
Not to me. To me, the Occam's razor is that they were all sort of in their own bubble of paranoia and miscommunications of how stuff could be interpreted, and then checking with other people and getting different interpretations until they all just sort of got to a boiling point where they were sort of fear-mongering with each other and were like, well, we have to do something. Is what I feel Occam's razor goes down to, but that's also giving the benefit of the doubt that everyone had good intentions in here, and there was just a lot of miscommunication and confusion and a very healthy dose of like anxiety and paranoia that like can naturally build up. Like even Brad's paranoia about Silver, we haven't gone to that point, but I'm sure like that felt like it was probably a bit much, like than what
definitely. Well, okay, what is Machiavelli's razor? Like let's suppose everyone's read up on the Prince, everyone's read Nietzsche, and everyone's like well versed in Sun Tzu's Art of War, and they spent the first 8 years of their life playing StarCraft 2.
Oh shit! Okay.
All right, so the most malevolent version of this is Red was trying to get exclusivity deals to screw over Bao the Whale.
Okay, Mitchum, to be clear, at least from my understanding, Machiavelli's razor is more like people aren't malicious, it's more self-interest.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like the evil version. I was ready to say
let's go to the evil version. Everyone's evil. What did they all do?
The only question I have then is, like, basically, Cinder's competitors want to get rid of Sinder because one less competitor. More for them. And they get popularity off of this. The only thing I can think of is why specifically in like March, April 2025 does this happen? Why did they not get rid of Sinder earlier or later? Like, does this mean they were just like they wanted to get rid of her, not waiting for an opportunity and like an opportunity presented itself?
Yeah.
Or like this opportunity presented itself and they suddenly were like, oh wait.
It's like as soon as possible, as soon as they realize they have enough dirt on Cinder to cancel her.
Yeah,
it's like,
or,
like they're KFC Hungry Jacks and stuff, and they're like, oh, we can just get rid of McDonald's out of the market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they don't hate McDonald's, but it's like more market for them sort of deal.
And like Cinder was like, Cinder was on board with this plan. It's just that she was like, she's just like losing basically. Like she's like the loser in the risk game of like who gets the viewers.
Yes. Or just, you know, they didn't like.
Remember, everyone's evil.
Like they weren't,
even this document is here to manipulate us against against fellow competitors.
True. Or like they wanted, like they would be happy to get rid of her, but they didn't have an active plan. And then Nanalyst comes along, stumbles into a good reason, and then they like. Well, that's what I mean. This is basically what I think is happening, right?
Dude, Nanalyst like stumbles into a room. So Nanalyst stumbles into a room, and it's fucking Winston Churchill and FDR, and Joseph Stalin, like plotting the final details of D-Day. And she's like, "Oh, I have a map of Germany with that help." And everyone like looks at her.
Exactly.
Oh no. All right. So Occam's Razor says that Nanalyst wrote this herself, right? When Shy Lily like started questioning what Nanalyst was talking about with Red. I think that's Occam's Razor.
Yeah, because it would make Nanalyst look bad because she agreed to exclusivity deals with Shy Lily's friends.
Yeah.
And also, sorry, I realized, and being open to gossip about Shy Lily. Like behind her back.
Yeah, so the final, because the final nail in the coffin is Red talked about Shy Lily at all with Nanalyst.
Yeah. And so Nanalyst is like, oh shit. How can I come out of this looking the least bad? Blame Red Cinder for everything.
Yeah, so Orange kind of. So like in Occam's Razor, in Occam's world, in Occam's Razor world, I think Lily doesn't have to say that. I think in Occam's Razor world, Nano's just so Nano at this stage has like in January Nano has some sort of exclusivity deal with Redacted. And then in February, Lily approaches Nanolyst to get a Nano model. And then Nano, unsure of the exclusivity deal and what it would mean, doesn't know if she can take Shy Lily on as a contact. And so they start talking about the exclusivity deal, and then Lily's like, "Oh, I don't know if that's normal or not." And then they start talking more about it, and then they like. They equivalent like Shy Lily gets paranoid that like Nano's being taken advantage of, and so in Nano's best interest, like Lily tries to understand what's going on. Thank you for love point, yay!
And misinterprets it.
Because like the malicious version of this is like Lily's like actively trying to like get rid of like the Gamers Hub's partner Sinder, who's like a malicious entity.
What I'm wondering about is, so you get names mixed
That's
up
good.
sometimes. Lily. Wait, one of them said something about Lily. So you keep going. It'll come back to me.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Is like the other way it could unravel is it's when in February when Silver asks Nano about a piece of work. And Nano slow walks Silver until she reneges on the deal.
When Silver asks for the work, yeah.
If Silver gets suspicious about why she's getting slow walked or whatever, or Nanalyst somehow stupidly like reveals or something or gets pulled on it, and then Silver finds out there's this exclusivity thing,
Yeah.
and then it all blows up from there.
Yeah.
Who
Although-
was it that said that they were making stuff up about Rad manipulating them, or a similar experience with Sinder about the manipulation to Nano?
Sorry, Akbar, ask that again.
At some point, didn't Sinder say that someone else was making up things about a similar manipulation experience to Nano that Sinder was doing?
Oh, there was something about another VTuber.
Is that Spide or?
Okay, if it's not relevant to the Lily thing, that's fine.
I can't remember. I remember there was something about. I remember
that's
one
the
time
name
in
was
passing
mixed
they
up.
mentioned like another VTuber who's unnamed.
Hmm.
Who they Oh yeah. Oh, there was this about there was a feud between two VTubers in the past, and they publicly like
Oh
resolved
right,
it.
yeah. Cinder was talking about like there's a feud between two VTubers, right?
Yeah, like who they wouldn't name,
Yeah.
and who publicly got back together
Hmm.
to like stop people like messaging about
And
it.
Cinder wanted that with Silver, but it never happened.
Yeah. I can't-
So Orange, addressing what you're saying, that's definitely the anti-Shy Lily arc, but that's definitely the narrative like for anti-Shy Lily, but like I haven't been shown enough evidence to like say anti-Shy Lily is definitely true.
What's hard is that for like me to think that Shy Lily or Bao, probably Bao's fine, but Shy Lily and that are like fully innocent, right?
Yeah.
Is like when they did find out these allegations, they like a finger snap were ready to like call Cinder names and call her disgusting this and that and like all this horrible stuff, right? Like there was no we'll just say what needs to be said. Like imagine it, like you can imagine like if something had happened that Hololive had to address, right?
Yeah.
They would not do it in the
That'll
most
take a bit,
vindictive way. It's vindictive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it comes across like she might be right, and if she's in the right, it's okay.
Hmm.
But otherwise, it's like, wow, do you have to be that vindictive about it? Like, I guess it's personally upset you, but it's like, it's hard for me to believe you're a nice girl when you do find out this about Cinder, you're like, fucking evil.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, you must be really sure about this, otherwise you'll look really bad later if it turns out you're wrong in any way. And also, like, it's the thing of like, man, I really hope I never cross Shy Lily. She'll fucking kill me.
All right.
Anyway.
Okay. Breaking down Bao's document.
Originally, I'd gone through Bao's entire document pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my other friends were lying. They were misinformed and were speaking for what they thought was true. Nano and Shy Lily lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao was understandably hurt when she found out about what happened.
Sorry, the big thing for why Shy Lily wrote the document is Shy Lily didn't release a document.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, as I was saying, because if she wrote a document as well,
Yeah.
like, I'm not trying to diss on her, but like, I don't think her English is of such a native level that she can convincingly write two different Google Docs in two different writing styles that are far enough apart. And yeah.
Okay. So Bao was understandably hurt when she found out what happened. Wasn't in a sound state of mind, and that's a link to probably but that's probably a link to Bao's VOD.
Yep.
Maybe with Bao's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano. Just like Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was only cancelled once in August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Red. Yeah. So this is like Bao's not lying here. Bao's being manipulated.
Yep.
Just like Nano's document, this was an assumption that they corroborated with each other, and Bao refers to Red's actions as both of ours in the document. This isn't true, and no one else could definitely say every single instance Red was just a surrogate for my thoughts. Yeah, like, because that's ridiculous, right? That's like the So Red and Sinder are basically the same person. Is like that's the obvious first like stink that like people have like a narrative in their heads.
Yeah.
Only one of the only times Bowers had first-hand experience of the way Red and I worked together was with the She-Wolf cover song.
Just one note. Bao shows 0 screenshots of my own DMs in her document.
True.
She doesn't show because she's obviously talked to Sinder. And she never shows any screenshots of her talking to Sinder.
Bao messaged Red, not me, and Red didn't tell me all of the information when he was asked about it. Yeah. Her own experience with us should have cast doubt on this claim. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything. Yeah, true. Because that's
this is back about the song.
That's a DM to Bao.
Yeah, like she talked to Red about the stuff in more detail, and then when she talked to Sinder about it, Sinder was like, "Huh? What Numi doing involved?" So in this exact case, it's but it's pretty obvious that Red hadn't told everything to Sinder.
As I'll show, Bao is clearly talking about her model being cancelled in August 2024. Yeah. So Bao's context is after she finished the design. In a private group chat that Sinder's part of, I shared how devastated I was. Yeah, she did that. Smoge. After she finished both designs and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and medical capacity to continue my model. Yeah. Nano told Red herself that Bao's model hadn't been started yet. 2 weeks before cancelling Bao's model, Nano told him she wanted to cancel models, asking him about cancelling on Bao specifically. Yep. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already committed to them. Yep. Do you think Bao would be kill me if I cancel with her? In a private group chat that Sinder was a part of, I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group. This was Bao's message she sent to our group chat when her model was cancelled on August 6, 2024. Which she also... Oh, thank you for the cheese. Thank you. Hello, Daddy Sora Hearts BT. In a private group chat that Sinder was part of, I shared how devastated I was that she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group. Yeah. So this is Bao's message she sent to our group chat when her model was cancelled in August, which she also included in her tweet replying to my apology. I knew about this before Bao did. I felt guilty about it. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I should have been a better friend and at least tried talking to Nano for her, but I didn't. If this was Nano's decision like I was told, then I wasn't going to get involved. Smoge.
What does Smoge mean?
Nothing. I don't know.
Okay, they literally are like, what are you talking about?
Open dictionary, quickly.
A more triangularly shaped version of Pepe with the frog being sad and also smoking.
There you go.
The /r StarCraft forum. It must be real.
Yeah, true. That's good enough. It's Smoge. It's weird fucking...
Smoge, bro. If you know what Smoge is, why are you hearing the conversation?
It's weird internet words.
I just realized I was brave. I was about to click images with safe search turned off. Anyway.
On my fucking stream, you can't. This claim is false. Bao would only have said this if Nano told her this is what was happening. Bao had reason to believe it too, with Nano telling her her model is one of the ongoing commissions affected.
Yeah.
The
claim is the Sinder redacted with deliberately sabotaging commissions and blocking VTubers from having access to art. Again, like, the source of this is still Nanolist.
Yeah.
Because how would I know about this otherwise?
Right after talking about all this in August 2024, when her model was cancelled the first time, Bao presents screenshots from January 15th, 5 months later, to explain why her model was cancelled in August. The screenshots Bao shows of Nano's DMs with Red and I are the same ones Nano uses in her document. including the time zone discrepancies discussed. I will include the date and time of them in AEST. Sorry, in EST. Yep. So screenshots.
Yep. It's all the same stuff.
Same stuff, yeah. Nano's messages calling the deal fair and asking for demon figures were cut. Yep.
But
they're present in Bao's document.
Yep, which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's got the message about cotton censored, unlike Nano's. And obviously, just like in Nano's, the bit where he says, "I'd rather work with Sinder than the Bao," is finally excluded. Yeah, and so they're saying, Cinder's saying, it's not the Bao cropped it off. It's because Nano didn't give her the bit beforehand.
Yeah. Because Bao's not trying to crop. Not trying to crop.
Yeah, and also like because it would be really because that would imply that Bao saw that Nano actually would rather work with Sinder than Bao, and like because she was like so upset by this, like was like, but like the person in then the arsehole here is Nano.
Yeah, the arsehole
like,
Nano.
again,
or the arsehole is the author of Nano's document.
Yep. Yeah, so like why would you crop it out? You would like not release the doc then. It's like, oh, this doesn't, like the narrative doesn't work anymore. It's actually an analyst who didn't want to work with me.
Yeah. The messages from Nano right after are missing too. Yep. So we can do a deal. I can cancel my model with Bao like forever. Yeah, like that being cut is telling that like Bao never saw that. Bao never saw that. Oh, do you know what would slam dunk this? If Bao reads this and then like leaks the secret group chat that obviously like she, Shy Lily, and Nano were a part of.
Oh, dude, this is actually I hadn't even thought about the implications, right? Because I only thought about it in terms of what do you call it? In the Soviet Russia, like they've got to rehabilitate Cinder's image. But like this makes Bao look like an idiot who got used to absolutely shit on Cinder.
I wouldn't say idiot. I'd say like I'd say it looks this highlights Vaz like a victim here. A victim of misinformation.
Yeah.
Not mutually exclusive though.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah. Like obviously like the nice version is like, yeah, she's victim. I'm just I'm being like the
she was fooled.
Yeah, she was fooled.
Acting the embarrassing.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not necessarily about like in this idea. I'm not necessarily about hater, but I'm not necessarily about fan, right? So I'm like, yeah, Bao got like Bao's like Bao is not a genius. Is basically the point. Like she was not able to see through this, right? She got hoodwinked. She didn't ask enough questions, right? She didn't ask to see the full chat logs. She didn't ask why there weren't enough the full chat logs. She didn't even presumably this version is. She didn't even think, could these be all the chat logs? Could there be more that I'm not seeing? To even ask, right? And then Shy Lily, right? Shy Lily is either like the villain, right? Or it's complicated, right? Shy Lily has to come up with like a story, right? But what I'm saying is like, if Shy Lily is a villain, holy shit, Shy Lily like fucked over Cinder and stuff for question mark, no reason, question mark just to like get views.
Either through Cinder's trap, like either Cinder's a rising star and Shy Lily wants to nix her, or Shy Lily is spiteful of Cinder for like her own reasons, or Shy Lily legitimately thinks Cinder's an evil manipulative bitch because Nana's manipulating her.
Yeah, like, and in the first two of those scenarios, what I'm saying is the other girly pops have to drop Shy Lily now. Yeah,
true. That's hard. That's very difficult.
Yeah, that I'm like, this is crazy. This is massive.
That's huge. Yeah.
Like,
all right. None of this asked redacted on why he's encouraging her to not finish my model. This statement is false, and not what happened. Bao may have been told this is the case. This list above is how Red felt about Bao. His reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano. But Bao, who only had the context Nano shared with her, applied these reasons to her model
Red manipulated Nano to cancel it then.
Yeah, like Red brought up this stuff in January.
Yeah.
2025. This is not. Red did not say this in relation to her cancelling the model in 2024 in August.
While Red was looking to prevent Bao from working with Nano, which is wrong, he didn't even know Bao had a model planned with her then. Nano told him about it, he backed off. Followed by, yeah, and she didn't know that. Okay, cool. Next. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nanolith should cancel her ongoing live to decommission with me. Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 after Nano told Red Bao's model wasn't started. And just like a cheat, a pyramid builder, Puffy. Thank you for the pyramid builder, Puffy.
Puffer, damn, you're still reading it. Puffer, it's so long.
It's so long. Well, we up to page 500 yet? Are we halfway through?
Page 108 to 264.
Oh my god.
We're nearly
In
halfway
this
through
part.
this section.
Yeah. Silver Veil.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Blah blah blah.
Friends don't sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends don't spread lies, and friends don't use their private information. And Sinder says, I've never done any of these things. My friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotaged me out of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. True. Nanolis and Shy Lily spread lies about me just for their own selfish narratives to my friends, to the public. And Nano used the private information Nano had in her messages with Red that she had from being close friends with him to use it to manipulate my friends to the public. Bao's model...
Oh, like...
Yeah.
Sorry, just to say, like, by the way, this whole document, like, is an example of native English speaking, right? Like, you basically, I don't know, I would say this way, you have to be native English speaking level to write such long, complicated sentences that are so hard to follow.
Yeah, that's true.
Because of, you've got so many actors involved and tense changes and stuff.
That's an example of, like, stream of consciousness, right? Like only English speakers can have such a natural stream of consciousness as they're writing.
Yeah, yeah. You got to be this good at English to be like it's hard to read.
Bao's model wasn't sabotaged by Red when it was originally cancelled. He didn't lie about anything he genuinely believed about her. None of the 5 reasons Bao listed above, or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao, were private information or things he knew from the privilege of either us being friends with her.
Yeah, so his list of his 5 reasons.
Yeah.
Secret, okay.
Yeah, so Bao had no way of knowing that without being in a private group chat with Nano.
Yeah.
After showing screenshots from January 25, yep, she shows a screenshot from August 24. Yeah, so it's like out of order.
Yeah.
These are Red's...
But also that it's got a different time.
True, yeah.
As in, like, meaning someone from a different time zone took the picture.
Yeah. These are Red's messages. Not from them.
Not from Reddit Sinder.
Yeah, not from them like Bao says. Nano wanted to cancel Bao's model, and Red assured her. Red said, I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon without ever mentioning how excited Bao was about it. Okay. In Nano's section, Red explained that he thought Nano should still be paid for the design work. The possibility of her starting shit was based on his own opinion of how she could react to the bad news from Nano. The screenshot of their DMs shown in Bao's document was not included in Nano's document.
Yeah, like, but again, the screenshot cropped doesn't include the bit where, one, this is Nano's idea, and 2, Redacted is clearly trying to be a friend to Nano. He's not just out of nowhere being like, oh, Bao, fuck that bitch.
Yeah, true.
By the way, do you know I hate her? Do you know I fucking hate her guts?
True. Yeah, because that screenshot says, like, lol, let's cancel on Bao and then charge her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and like, this is in defense of this is saying to yeah. This is redacted saying to Nano, no. Like, don't undervalue yourself. Don't just give, like, even if you're canceling, don't just give it everything free. Like, get partial payment.
Yeah. Alright, on March 20, I started a group Discord call that lasted 5 hours to hang out with my editors. The other editors were in the call to go with this. We were completely unaware that Bao encouraged our video editor to take our exclusivity offer. The call apparently happened over a month before I was cancelled. Over a month after Nano cancelled the deal with Red, and over 2 months since they first made it. Our video editor never told Red or I about this. The few times they asked for raises while working for me, I was more than happy to accommodate them every single time. Okay.
Wait, I know I want to get through it, but just, dude, I want to pause for a second. Like, a group Discord call for 5 hours with all your editors? That sounds like
this call.
Either really fun. Yeah, it's either really fun or fucking interminable. Like, you're hanging out with your boss all day, but trying to actually do work for her, probably.
True.
And she's talking to other editors about other stuff she wants to change, and you're like, is she talking to me? I'm so confused.
I'm so shocked and disbelief. This is the narrative they decided to deserve, saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs quote-unquote flopped, made me feel like sick to my stomach. Yep. So the response is, Red pieced together the narrative he convinced himself of and told Nano, as was laid out in Bao's section. Bao was the one
who spoke ill of her own song's performance in her public Discord server. Red decided this is a contributing factor of what happened. It had nothing to do with the TMJ she's talking about, but I can see why she'd think it was. Her most vulnerable moments were not used against her. Yep. And then Bao addresses why didn't you solve this privately? If you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, and Sinder says, I don't know how...
I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from Nano's document when everything's out of order and out of context.
Yeah, so like the trust can blind people. So like Bao could have been blinded by trust. She like didn't look at the dates of the screenshots.
Yeah. Some of these messages date back years. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago, and they did not give me the common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years.
Bao's under time pressure. No, Bao's under time pressure as well.
In what way? But like, why though?
Well, yeah. So it's like, why put Bao under time pressure? Because like, well, she pulled into a group call in 48 hours and said, we're going to cancel Sinder in 48 hours. Are you with us? And, like, handouts, like, which way, Western woman? Like, Jesus Christ.
True.
Actually, no, that's really good proof that Bao wasn't in on the planning. She's just there for, like, additional damage.
True. Not over the years.
Yeah.
The only times Nano and Red had meaningful convos about Bao was the end of July and early August, and in January 25. The oldest message is relevant, have been 9 months old.
Yeah. The problem Red had with Bao, it's only December, 4.5 months before her document was posted. Either of us should have talked to Bao when they had the chance we didn't. Yeah, and they've already apologized for that.
Yeah.
Bao was doing too much fentanyl. That's unsubstantiated. That's unsubstantiated.
Well, you know, they give it to you in surgery sometimes.
That's true. That's true.
Right.
Yeah, look, it's unsubstantiated. If it's not on a Google Doc, I don't believe it.
Yep.
My thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable, dark moments may have been used as information to ruin chances that they've done. None of the reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao was private information. Things she shared in confidence or had anything to do with her most vulnerable or darkest moments. Yeah. Yeah, so like, they never talked about the TMJ.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the document. Bao streamed the night after posting her tweet in response to my apology, just like her document. I won't be going over everything Bao said in the stream, and many of the things she said were because she was convinced it was the truth. I'm choosing to believe she wasn't lying, but she was wrong. No.
Well, I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like, because I was just in such a state of, It's like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I just kind of remember seeing the screenshots. How much did Nano tell Bao? And how much did Shy Lily say to her? The screenshots Bao saw couldn't have been more than what Shy Lily saw. I believe Nano hid the full context of them from the start. Yeah, of course not, because if he shows her the part where like Nano's like, fuck Bao, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, of course, like, this is terrible narrative. This is terrible. Like, don't show Bao this. She'll cancel me.
Yeah, for sure.
In every scenario.
So like, so like in this, sorry, that's really damning actually, because like in this world,
Lily's already there before.
Sorry.
Lily's already there before, right?
Yeah, Lily's already there before, but like, if like the way to get Bao to cancel Sinder and to flip on Sinder is to do as much psychological damage to Bao as possible, and then like Bao gets really upset and like flips on Sinder, right?
Yeah, or just, you know, show a bunch of evidence that, like, Red and Cinder apparently fucking hate me behind the scenes. And, like, won't say anything to my face. And are hanging out with me the whole time.
It's getting her emotionally charged is the objective, right?
Yeah.
In every scenario, I tried to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I couldn't understand it. We've been through so much offline and online, and there is nothing more confusing and painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they've slowly become colder and colder towards you, not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything, and so you keep it to yourself, and you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't, and it's even worse than you could have ever imagined. And you wonder why all those times where they talked over you or ignored you if you'd done something wrong. And I just kept asking myself, out of everyone in a friend group, why was it me? And like, what did I do differently? And for so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends. And I wondered why I just felt so different towards me. Reading everything and confirming in my worst feels was awful. I mean, again, like, and this is a part where, like, at the time, I was like, oh, Cinder and Red, like, you're kind of in the shit. Because, like, you know, you guys did think that Bao was like the evil villain, and you were colder towards her a bit, right? Sure. And this is Bao being like, no, like I, you know, it was not invisible to me. I knew that I was, you know, this. I knew that something was wrong. And I'm like, damn. Of course, Bao couldn't understand what happened because he didn't know the full context, or even know the motivations and reasoning behind it that was explained in her section. Red and I never talked to him when we should have, and I'm sorry to Bao for that. Everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is. That is kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and that all of the preparation and foresight needed to make it happen.
VTuber's debut like 24 times a year for context.
Yeah, apparently.
Sorry.
Every other week. No, absolutely. Like every other week for these people. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission, all of the assets, all the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot. Making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you're having to advertise it. You know, you look at a content creator online, and even though you're seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team that they have to coordinate with. That takes a lot of time. And if you're a VTuber and you have models and like to do artist work to work with, you know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance. To have a sudden cancellation like that happen so suddenly, right in the middle of everything happening it's so, I can't even begin to tell you like how hard it is to pivot and to restructure how the rest of the next month or couple of months is going to go in order to fill out that space. Some VTubers plan this out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So to say I was devastated when my model was cancelled is kind of an understatement. I completely sympathise with what Bao said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to Red and I as my model artist. It does the twin thing of making Nano look even worse.
Yeah.
But like callously and coldly cancelling Bao's commission, where apparently and it's like
and it's like
and that's why we were so protective of Nano, exactly because of this.
Because that shreds the narrative that like Red didn't care about Nano. And didn't Nano say at some point like I don't care about Bao? Or Nano said, I'm going to cancel on Bao like forever or something.
You know, she
Yeah.
said I didn't care about Bao and Cotton.
Yeah.
The exclusivity.
Yeah, and said, what if I cancel on Bao forever? Like, would you pay
Yeah.
me for that? I believe at one point.
Like actually this is true. Nanless cannot at the same time be like, oh my god, all my babies are so special and super important to me and lovely and caring, right? And also like, fuck these commissions, I don't really care, whatever. Like, it's her babies are so important to her, unless there's like $3,000 on the line. In which case, actually, I don't care about Bao and Cotton.
Yeah. Also, like Nano's screwing with Bao's project timeline here, right? Because Nano hadn't even started Bao's model, and like when she cancelled it.
Yep.
And then like Bao thought it was halfway done, apparently.
Yep. I sat on that design for so long, and I was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know, maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so, man, I can't believe Bao's post social for Bao.
Yeah, sorry.
And so I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while. And you know, I showed it to everyone around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but I felt like it wasn't the same. And I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design. So I shelved it, and I hoped that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission.
Oh, Bao cancelled a debut over this. Holy shit.
Apparently, Bao said here that a model with Nano was shelved and implied that it wasn't ever rescheduled again.
Oh, true.
Yeah, obviously.
True, yeah.
If it had been rescheduled, she would have mentioned it. Yeah.
Well, no, it did get rescheduled, and she didn't mention it.
Yeah. Oh no, what I'm saying is like, it got shelved and never revisited. Because if it did get revisited, you would have said, oh, and you know, but I'm happy because now it's being done, even if it's late.
Yeah, but secretly it was taken up again because Nano cancelled on Bao twice. It wasn't just once.
True. Unless it was a different model.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Who knows?
Could have been a different thing or just an outfit or something.
I mean, but,
oh, no,
but why would Nano start working on a different
wait.
model?
No, wait. I just realized, right? This is one thing that doesn't add up completely. Nano knows she cancelled on a model twice, right?
Yeah.
And Bao presumably knows Nano cancelled a model twice because she's the commissioner twice. But in Nanolith's doc and in the stuff that Bao showed, they're conflated together to look like one model that got cancelled once.
True. It's a bit weird.
And Bao, of all people, should know. Unless it's the same model that got delayed twice or something. I don't know.
It's probably the same model that got delayed twice, and they just conflated it for like an easy timeline for like a more succinct document. Because like they knew, because like in the good faith world, where like Bao, Sinder, sorry, Bao, Shy Lily, Nano did nothing wrong. In the good faith world, they have to go up against Sinder and like her mighty like evil empire.
Yep.
So they're like, let's just simplify the timeline and just say like, you know, Bao's model was cancelled because that's true, and like it doesn't actually matter that there's like an awkward detail of it getting cancelled twice because it's the same thing.
Yeah. The other way is that Bao didn't realize this thing to herself because she was recovering from surgery and she was in a whirlwind of screenshots.
Yeah.
There's so many ways.
Yeah, because remember, Bao only had 48 hours to like cobble together everything.
Yeah. There's so many ways.
She said she felt like she was being talked at and it wasn't information overload to take it away.
There's so many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process. And I don't know, I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it. And like I think I speak for all of my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other. And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success. I was never competitive towards Bao in the same way I felt I was towards Silverveil. I agree with everything Bao said here. I'll always be grateful to her and my friends for what they did for me and proud of what I was able to do for them too. And that's the most fucked up part about it. Is like the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do? And like, why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful. And I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of. And like, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need. If Bao or any of my friends had come to us before making these things public, they would have found out the motivations behind what Red did. Bao's never considered a threat. Someone put that idea into her head because it's not something that's ever said in Red's messages.
Interesting.
Threat, not the word threat, but in terms of taking away her editors and stuff, right? Like, that was covered.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, take away
Because
Cinder's
Sinder support that Bao was poaching her talent
Yes.
or editors or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And that would be considered a threat loosely, right?
Yeah.
Or not even loosely, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? And it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel. And they could not even spare the same thought for me. Like I explained, when going over Bao's doc, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was the one who had a problem with our editor working with Bao, and only after December 2024. For all that, it wasn't a problem for either of us, except initially, like I explained in Bao's section. Red's convo with Nano about it was in January, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor. Okay. Like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other.
I was told.
And no matter... Yeah, exactly. Who's telling you? What? Who's telling you this? Because it's... Sorry. Someone has to know the secret.
Yeah.
And be telling you this. And no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew what that would do to your reputation. And you could not spare that same thought for me. It would be so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end, I still wouldn't do that to you. And so I wonder why you would do that to me. I appreciate Bao not putting my relationship in a document while under the pressure from Charlie and other friends to do so, but I would never do that to anyone like she claimed I would. Red and I being in a relationship doesn't prove that I've seen all these messages. My friends had no way of knowing that or not just because we were together. However, if Nano lied about the alleged years of manipulation and abuse she suffered with us, then I can see why my friends would believe I didn't know about any of these things I actually didn't. The story Nano told them isn't true.
Also, like the image of Cinder like autistically scraping these like huge VODs for like specific quotes is so funny.
It's like keep thinking it's like 6 months. So is this what you did? You like took everything chronologically. It's like I'm gonna go for it all, every VOD, every little bit.
Fucking
I'll do it.
Look, Cinder's an ambitious woman, and this is 8 hours of work every fucking day since she was cancelled. Okay, like
did she do 2 times speed? I need to know.
Wait, dude, no, actually, like if you spent like this took a long time to do.
Yeah.
Like her brain would be melted because like it's not just that she's got to like go through the thing, decide what to include, like construct this whole document. This whole document is about a deeply emotionally charged and personal situation that happened to her and Red.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's brutal.
As well as it's like a bunch of different VTubers she'd have to watch to just find potential moments. It's like they're all streaming, like I assume, like every day, like it's a full-time job. Like the amount of content she has to go through, like you wouldn't keep up, I'd feel.
If Cinder was name searching herself, does that mean she saw Karnik's YouTube video?
Dude, that would be the most amazing thing So I looked at, when I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of, I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you ever had thought of me as a close friend or if it was just one-sided or not. And I felt like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology. That really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe and how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta. But I cared strictly about the people and the clients who were affected and how their careers were put on pause because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold. To pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or birthday on dates that cannot be changed. When I wrote my apology, I was blindsided by what Red did and said about her to Nano behind my back, and everyone thought it was my fault. I couldn't accurately explain everything that happened between Red and I over Bao with the pressure I was under, but I also felt I couldn't own up to the way I treated Bao and the role I played in making her feel the way she did without that context. I didn't know what to do, or what to say, or how to say it, so I said the bare minimum. Bao deserved better at the time, and I hope I can make it right now. Bao mentions that she kept her document about the people and clients that were affected. Was she talking about these clients? Bao wouldn't have known what really happened to their projects, but Nano did. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the clients.
Yep. Yep. Numi forgave you when you didn't come to a concert that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year, when I was so depressed and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Oh, I mean, that's a little bit harsh because depression and whatever can affect people differently.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I didn't come to Numi's concert that I was planning with her for over half a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a deliberate lie. There's a section,
That's a fair mistake, yeah.
section below talking about Numi's concert. We'll talk about this again. Oh yeah, because she only found out about the concert in like November or December or whatever. So it wasn't like
exactly.
half a year.
And like this isn't Bao's life, right? So it's like Bao doesn't know the details.
Yep. I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person, a good friend, you chose not to be. But no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't because every single time...
me and our friends tried to wrap our hands around it. Who is our friends?
Big... Yeah, it has to be like the girly pops, right?
Yeah, the girly pops.
But the way she's writing this... No, but like this is directly saying... Like, she's obviously had a bunch of VC calls or whatever.
Yeah.
All talking about this.
Like, this is confirming there is a private Discord or something.
Yeah. And try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared. At some point, what are you even trying to one up? But the thing is, right, like, because, like, yeah, like, this is, like, the absolute, like, this Bao stream is, like, the fucking Doomer arc, right, of Sinder.
Yeah.
But what's interesting, right, is, like, even if she knows these evil things about Sinder that she's heard, right? Like, obviously she's actually had clubs with Sinder, right? Like if Sinder had been mean to her the whole time, all the time, like she never would have hung out with Sinder ever again.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and I mean, it's unfortunate, it's not on purpose, but like, I think even in this context, she's still like forgetting the, you know, the non-negative moments that they had.
Yeah, sure.
The only pivotal moments I can assume Bao was talking about here was with Numi's concert that she just spoke about, and possibly when I didn't say anything after a model was cancelled in August. Bao and the rest of my friends didn't understand because they didn't have the full story. I was never trying to one-up any of my friends, including Bao. And even then, you're bound to get jealous as a content creator, but what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it to forge your own success. Because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you're building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. I felt like from my point of view, they were so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine. And I got kicked down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you. None of us would be where we are without each other. It's interesting because, like, I thought of, like, all these girly pops as, like, similar, like, in a similar echelon.
Yeah.
Like, certainly never thought that Bao was, like, behind.
No, I mean, it's established that, like, Bao has a low self-esteem, right? So, like, Bao's probably second-guessing herself all the time.
Yeah. Jealousy didn't feel anything Red or I did.
No, I would say no. With Red, something did fuel it. It was like paranoia.
Yeah, I guess the way I know what Cinder means in that in none of the conversations did Red or Cinder write the word jealousy out.
Sure.
So assuming that Bao's talking about like quoting, right, the word jealousy, but it's like. Jealousy didn't feel anything Red or I did, but you could interpret some of the stuff as being a bit weird about it.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know. Someone else was telling Bao that was the case. None of the evidence shows I or Red ever being jealous of anyone because we weren't. I don't know what Bao is talking about when she implies I was taking other people's communities for myself, and I didn't kick down the ladder on her. In January, Red made a mistake that I didn't know about to stop it from happening. I agree, Bao was someone who was kind to a VTuber much smaller than her, someone she has no obligation to show any kindness for, but she did, and so did the rest of my friends, and I'll always be thankful to them for it and everything they've done for me. You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it. This wasn't going on, and not for as long as my friends were misled to believe by Nano.
Yeah.
Any of the problems Red had about only started in December. If I were them, I can understand why it'd be unbelievable too. I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice, and I hate it, but I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I am right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do, but it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had the choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that it would be the wrong choice. Just like Buff said, Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everyone involved. Yeah, and again, they say, when the Fly VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. We all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like, you go do that and we'll be here to support it. So, of course, yeah, like, they're explicitly saying they're all talking to each other about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe Bao made the best choice with the info she had, the state of mind she was in, and all the people she was thinking about when she was making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is why the choice to make anything public was left up to Bao. Why didn't they look to Nano to say something when all of the evidence was from her DMs? Why was it Bao's responsibility to say something, or no one else would? Why would they put that pressure on her and the state she was in? Massive, actually. Like, it should be up to Nanolis in the first instance, and then up to Bao if Bao wants to talk about Bao's bit.
Yeah, good point.
Like, Nano could have said she wouldn't. Speculation. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along. It couldn't stand on its own. So she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Like, Bao is strictly a bigger content creator with a wider audience than Nanolis.
Yeah, of course. No, like, Nanolis is small fry compared to all these people.
Yeah. I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person, and not just someone that you had to surpass. And when I read it, I felt like you didn't. Bao was never someone I felt I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her that it was the case. I cared about Bao, but Bao was my friend that I wasn't treating like my friend for too long. I'm sorry I wasn't a better one to her when I needed to be.
Do you think Bao's gonna read this?
Oh, like they all have to.
No,
like this is the big story.
They kind of have to, but it's like they also kind of like there's public pressure to like not read the doc, right?
Is there?
Yeah. Right now there's public pressure not to read it.
Oh no, like I think the thing is, like this is what Sinder did a really good job of. It's so like making it giant like this is like such a crazy stunt, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. There's obviously some showmanship in like a 1,000-page Google Doc. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like to go absolute fucking like completely silent, and then 5 months later just drop this fucking like the biggest diss album of the year, right? and then even though there's public pressure not to read it, like she'll be hearing comments from people who are like reading it, and the people watching that.
They're thinking like this can't be memory hold. It has to be addressed.
Yeah, or that she's hearing bits and pieces that
you can't avoid spoilers, sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like she'll be hearing bits and pieces that like Nanolis did this, or Nanolis did that. Like it's not just.
Well,
it's not there's more to it.
The really bad Nanolis DMs, like let's be clear, I'm gonna make a short like about the really bad Nanolis DMs, and everybody's read it is already making tweets about the really bad Nanolis DMs. So Bao's at least gonna see those, like almost definitely.
Yeah, absolutely she is.
So the question is Bao going to give Sinder the time of day for like the couple days like this doc needs to actually be read through?
Yeah, even if Bao never acknowledged it on stream, right? And even if she originally wanted to hold true to like, oh, I'm just not going to read it, right? Like, I don't want to hear what they say. It's so big and famous and crazy and showmanship and stunt that I think she'll like, it'll definitely get the better of her. And even if she doesn't acknowledge it, she absolutely is going to do it behind the scenes.
You know, Mugen's already getting shit for not reading it.
Wait, he didn't read. That's what the hell?
No, Mugen did a 3-hour stream and then decided it was like too much bother, and then like shut the stream off. And then he unfairly summarized something, and then like people quote retweeting and calling him a dumbass.
Oh, that's bait.
Yeah, it's funny.
No, because that's the word. The one thing you have to avoid is like a drama creator is like, be like, oh, I don't actually care about the truth like that much. I just care about like farming stories for content.
Yeah, 100%.
Because that's the biggest criticism, right?
Yeah.
And it's the one that often has validity, like some validity, right? And it makes them seem like they're like cheaply exploiting people's situations. So for him to be like, oh, this is too hard, can't be bothered, when it's a story he made that had like 1 billion views.
Yeah, 2 million views specifically.
Like, huge. Yeah. Like, nah, absolutely not. He's gonna have to come back to it. Yeah. So they're gonna cook him for it.
Orange. So tons of people did get filtered, but like that's okay because like the movers and shakers in like the the movers and shakers in like the content world are like what actually matter when it comes to like shaping the narrative the public cares about. Because it's fair that like a Boilermaker or whatever doesn't have time to read a fucking giant drama about fucking anime internet girls online that like to like be lewd and make clay animals together. But if Mugen gets pressured to read it, like what's he gonna say about it? Like real. If Lara gets pressured to read it, what's she gonna say about it? If False ID reads it, what's he gonna say? Like these are the real questions. Because it's pretty fair to like wait for summaries like for most people. I think that's actually fair.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. Yeah. Like, yeah. I don't begrudge anybody who's like, I'm not reading this fucking shit. That's what that's like Mugen and Depressed Isagi's job is to like summarize this to the extent you can summarize it, right? But like fairly summarize it.
I think Depressed Isagi's already read it because he gave a green text summary, but like I'm not sure if he gave an opinion.
I mean, he also like is used to do like he does massive streams.
Yeah.
Like a 10-hour stream for him is a Tuesday.
Yeah, true. All right.
Or armchair with space. Anyway, hang on.
So let's continue the doc. So yeah.
Alright, so here we come into like the exciting stuff. Alright, why did Shylily have to contact Bao for Numi? Speculation. Shylily encouraged Nano to bring her DMs to the people affected, including Bao, but Shylily was the one who ended up reaching out to Bao. Why? I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Shylily the selected screenshots of what happened in her DMs with Red over Bao's model, not the full context. The difference was that Shylily was already on her side after she told about Nano she was being manipulated. If Nano went to Bao alone, Bao wouldn't have had any of that pre-established context, meaning Nano would have had to explain what happened to her model by herself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all the messages of it happening, and Nano would have incriminated herself. But if Shylily was the one to contact Bao for her, Shylily could explain Red's manipulation in the messages about herself first. Then Nano would need to show the full context of the messages about Bao and her model, because Shylily was vouching for her. You just had to nod along. Bao wouldn't have had doubted Shylily's word.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that like, Bao might have asked like, if Shylily's sending this info to Bao, Shylily might say like Bao might want more. Bao might like more context.
Yeah.
And so she's like, oh, Shylily can have more context, and Shylily's like, oh, I'll go have to ask Nano. Like it adds a middleman that you can use to like as an excuse to like have they're like, oh yeah, I'll go ask her, but I'm gonna have to wait for Nano to go do it, and wait for Nano to reply and to give you the info back about and all this stuff. And also Shylily might say, oh, I'm so sorry, but like Nano doesn't completely trust everyone, so she was only willing to share this much or something. I don't know. Was Bao's model really cancelled a second time? Speculation. Throughout this document, I've been writing under the assumption that Bao's model was cancelled twice. Nano told Red in January that Bao's model was on her commission list and went as far as to offer to cancel it a second time herself, eventually agreeing to do so in their deal.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. But Nano's doc, which Charlie presumably wrote for her with the info Nano gave her, and Bao's doc, which never mentioned her model ever being cancelled another time after August. She said on stream that after a model was cancelled the first time, it was shelved.
Yeah, true.
Unless Bao was lying, I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled with Nano after August 2024, meaning it couldn't have been cancelled a second time.
Okay.
What I think happened is that when Bao's model was cancelled and she told Nano the above, Nano kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite waitlist section unbeknownst to Bao.
Okay.
When Red approached Nano about their exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, Nano said it was on her list, not telling him the context of it being there.
Right. Okay. So
After encouraging Red,
if this is true, this paints Nano as a much more malicious person than previous.
After encouraging Red
It's
to
just
explain his
business.
reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Mao's. Right. So right now, Bao's model is in a coma.
Yeah.
Right. And she's currently being NTR'd while she's in the coma.
Yeah.
okay?
Bow's in the chair.
Yeah.
Watching Red and let's make a deal.
After encouraging Red to explain his reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever, i.e. pull the plug, in exchange for us paying for our own model's rigging, which should discount from our next commission with her. Why would Nano have been so quick to offer to cancel Bao's model a second time when she didn't have the courage to do it the first time in August?
She wasn't talking to Bow the second time.
Because Nano didn't have to cancel it this time. She never had to confront Bao because the model was never rescheduled. Nano knew she wasn't accountable for Bao's model when she made Red her offer, but Red didn't know that. She used it to negotiate with Red to get what she wanted at Bao's expense, offering to cancel it for basically nothing. In making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down the road, never making time for it, while Bao would forever cling on to hope that she would.
Right.
Damn, that's crazy. Okay.
That's really underhanded.
Yeah.
Like this is speculation. So if this is true, that's really underhanded from Nano.
Yep. Now the messages showed above, these were the only ones present in Nano's doc. Of course, I want to understand it better, specifically if I cancel her for the second time lol. Nano never showed Bao, Charlie, and my friends the messages where she and Red were talking about Bao's model in January. She never showed it when it was brought up, when Nano offered to cancel it, or when they made their agreement. Nano lied to my friends and told them she never made a deal with Red, like I said in Nano's doc, and they believed her. She never showed it them happening, and nothing happened to prove it did, other than Now's rigging getting paid for, including Bao's model never actually getting cancelled a second time. No matter what Red said to Nano in that conversation, no one that was named in their agreed upon deal suffered any losses due to it before it was cancelled. So what they're saying is even though ostensibly Bao's model is getting cancelled a second time, Bao's model was already in infinite limbo, and it was still in infinite limbo a month later.
Dude, what do you do if you're nanoless? Like right now, what do you do if you're nanoless at fucking October 10th?
Alright, so
Neo. But that does answer our question about there being two Bao models.
Yeah, true.
If it was the same with cancel.
It does, because we picked that up and we so the speculation that that's a good idea of what happened to the second model.
Yep. Alright, so for analysts, the absolute most critical things that have just completely hoisted on is in black and white, green.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, Wolfie Marco's just surprised we're still here.
Oh, dude, Wolfie, get a drink. It's gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Right. So the things analyst is absolutely cooked by. One, she did agree to exclusivity, and to fuck over Silver, Bao, and Cotton.
Yeah.
And she said that in the context of exclusivity, at least, that she was she cared about Silver, but she didn't care about kicking Bao and Cotton down the road, or not doing it. Right? that she cancelled Bao's model originally for her own benefit, and which is like the thing is like there's a way to Nellis to pitch. They could have pitched that, in which like.
Well, I mean,
like
Nanolis's
being overwhelmed.
Nanolis's original pitch to Bao was the good faith interpretation. I was overwhelmed. My work was hectic, so I have to cancel this. That's the good faith interpretation.
Yeah, but
that's probably
somehow
also true.
But Nanolis still somehow manages to make it sound dodgy, like in her own conversations, right?
Because she blamed Mio and everything.
It's like if it's true, then you don't need to blame Mio, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, but the other thing where she said something about not giving a fuck about Bao, I can't remember. And there's probably more, but then the third thing is, like this is what, like, just explain a way out of this one. What the fuck is this Akira thing? Like this obvious ChatGPT thing shows up, right? Like,
I think you mean
the only way she can spin this is, like, after, like, she'd already decided that Sinder is acted for evil.
Oh, guys.
And instead of...
I'm just getting a wire. Momotex works for IPAC. It's all true.
What's IPAC?
Oh, the American Israel PAC.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. It was IPAC all along.
Like because basically the Akira thing is, well, okay, her explanation would be, I had realized that Sinder and Red, but no, it doesn't make sense, right? Because it's like, if Sinder and Red are evil, but like she knows they're not evil because she knows that she agreed to this deal.
Yeah.
And she knows that she reneged on the deal, and they still were happy to work with her and still do stuff with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like, her argument would be, I knew that I had to stop talking to them, but I couldn't just ghost them. Apparently, I don't know why you couldn't just ghost them, right? And I couldn't fake. I couldn't keep talking to them leading up to the doc release, leading them on to stop them in here, right? So then I had to do this obvious fucking nonsense. That's the only thing. But yeah, okay. So I'll reduce it back. The thing is absolutely cooked on is it being obvious that Bao's model was not as important to Nanolis as it was to Bao.
Yeah, exactly.
And that as clients, Nanolis, like, whatever she said elsewhere, Nanolis clearly didn't care as much about these clients' commissions as their clients did.
Yeah, sure.
As their clients did.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Did Nano even want to make Bao's model?
In November 2023, Nano was excited to do Bao's model. All that was known before that it'd be a mummy model is planned for June 2024. 2. Bao showed Red and I the finished design for this model at WeebCon. Number 3. Bao's model was planned for June, but by the end of July it hadn't even been started. Nano told Red she was considering cancelling the model, and he encouraged her to do what he thought was best for her.
Yep.
Nano cancels Bao's model at August, so that's this is multiple months actually, and like Bao was always at the last of the list as well. Like in the Trello board, Bao's model was always like the last.
She really is a bikini bottom.
Yeah. Smoge. Bao said on her stream that her model was shelved after it was cancelled. 6. When negotiating a deal with Red in January, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model forever. Sure. She told Red she didn't care about Bao. Oh, wait. Yeah, when she cancelled the deal a month later, because she wanted to work with Silverveil, she told Red she didn't care about Bao.
Yeah, like this is one of the, like, this is what I was talking about. I don't really care about Bao and Cloud.
Yeah.
Like Nanolis can't explain this away. Like, she can say like, oh, I cared about them as friends, but like it's clear that at least she doesn't care about them as a client.
Yeah.
And like Bao, on the other hand, is out here like playing the world's saddest violin, that like she's like deeply invested in this model and really cares about it, really cared about, and like she was invested in Nano being the artist who did it.
Nana was excited to work with Bao in November 23, but after the design was made, she didn't want to make the actual model for it. I'm not going to say what the design was out of respect for Bao's plans. It's plausible it could have been a factor. Nana cancelled the model once, and without having to deal with the guilt of cancelling a second time, offered to cancel it, quote-unquote cancel it forever, in her own benefit. Red coming to her in January was just an outside excuse for her to never have to actually do it, while getting someone she wanted out of it at the same time. It doesn't sound like Nano wanted to make Bao's model, no matter what plan she... Yeah, true.
Do you know what Nana specifically said she did want to work on? Cinder stuff. I'm Cinder.
Yeah.
Actually, fuck you, bitches. She wants to work for me.
Yeah,
Get wrecked.
yeah.
Three losers. Yeah. But this is interesting. It's plausible the design could have been a factor, and I'm thinking like, well, it's meant to be a mommy thing. Like, I would think of like, you know, Cinder's like the boss rush video,
It's like
right?
Bazungas, right?
Yeah, but like Nano clearly didn't mind making like bazunga stuff because that's what Cinder
Yeah,
did.
obviously.
Like, so I don't know. That's like a big question mark.
Shy Lily's response to my apology. Shy Lily's reply to my apology is what cancelled me. With over 8 million views, it's full of false accusations made without showing any evidence, and triggering language to turn people against me, painting me as bad a light as possible, in the same way Nano's document was written. I'm willing to bet that most people just read Shy Lily's reply, nothing else. It's much easier to only read this than to read my whole apology, and who wouldn't trust Shy Lily? Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah, we've seen it. Exactly. It's short on the doc. It's directly in Twitter. You don't have to go to Google Docs or anything.
And she doesn't actually need any proof because she's relying on the proof that like may or may not exist in the docs.
Yeah, exactly.
So like because that shows an amazing amount of like media savviness.
Yep.
What's really interesting is this screenshot was taken when Shy Lily's response only had 83,000 views. So 81,000 views.
Oh yeah. I mean, she screenshotted this immediately,
Yeah,
or she found someone else's screenshot.
This screenshot is immediate.
Yeah. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity.
Yeah.
The first thing Charlotte did was completely discredit anything I said in my apologies unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. No one was going to question her. She's Shy Lily. Shy Lily was involved in everything from the start, convinced Nano she was being manipulated, organised my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her. Yep. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I've never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. Yes, I hurt Yumi when I chose business over a concert, and I apologised, but I was still there at the show for her. I was a terrible friend to Bao and should have talked to her instead of ignoring the problem with Red. I selfishly left Tricky behind in Japan, but I wanted to make the most of my time there. I'm not innocent of ever hurting my friends.
Yeah, true.
You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of knowing. Blah, blah, blah. The only message I ever sent to anyone about how I viewed Shy Lily behind her back was about how I looked up to her as a role model, and that once I became a part owner of GamerSubs, I felt pressured by no one other than myself to live up to the bar she set. This is what I said to Numi when apologising to her about her concert, and it wasn't a situation that was brought up by anyone before Shy Lily's reply to my already posted apology. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering a competition. She was going to treat me differently for seemingly no reason, and was now working with our most valued artist. I didn't feel that way, and those weren't my words. The claim... Oh yeah, because no, wait. Cinder and Numi sorted out the stuff in January, right? The only way for Shy Lily to see that stuff is for Numi to leak the DMs to Shy Lily.
Absolutely, yeah.
Why did Numi do that?
Oh, because Shy Lily, Shy Lily got all of the girly pops and everyone Cinder had ever worked with to like try and leak stuff to her.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like, like the only reason that could happen is if someone said that, like, yeah, to Numi that Cinder did all these terrible things, and like, yeah. They claimed that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, blah, 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 blah. I didn't Dude, like, sorry, I just realized this thing. Like, a lot of these girly bobs are like famously like don't have much relationship experience. Actually, that's like part of their. That's actually part of their like a character.
No,
not character, because they they don't make any distinction.
Yeah, sure.
Like they talk about like IRL, and people are gonna take this as the truth, not like yet another layer of kayfabe.
Yeah.
And it's up to the creator at that point when it's so ambiguous to be clear. So I'm like, I don't remember Charlie having a lot of relationship experience, actually. I didn't say I didn't know a single thing Red ever did. I did know about the specifics of what happened in Red's convos with Nano, and the few instances shown. He summarized things to me, but didn't tell me everything, and lied to me about their exclusivity deal. I didn't read his messages myself, and I didn't question what he told me, because I trusted him. The only thing I lied about not knowing was Red talking to Nano about spite, and that was to not make the situation worse for myself. Charlie and my friend, who corroborated that we operated the same person, did not have any idea how Red and I worked together at home, or even the fact we lived together. The same way they didn't ever see us argue, or knew that I cheated on him in the past. Then blaming everything on me only works if it's to be believed. We share every message, thought, and feeling, and before they're acted upon. While loving to jump for the slightest opportunity to turn into my slanderous self as soon as the opportunity given. I don't know what Charlie thinks she is referring to. I never slandered any of my friends. What Red said in his own messages to Nano about Bao were his own opinions. As explained, Red didn't maliciously lie about anyone, like Shy Lily did about me, and only said what he believed was true for his own experience. Red is his own person with his own thoughts, feelings, opinions, and experiences, but his own personal involvement in what happened was intentionally ignored to pin all the blame on me. Yep. I've experienced your own actions without Red, in a situation when your own screenshotted words express your pressure to live up to what Lily is, etc. Charlie brings up what happened with Numi's concert, something I had no idea I was expected to address, since it was already settled between us and wasn't related to any of the accusations made against me. I'm gonna break this part down into pieces. Of course, yeah, it wasn't in the apology, because she thought she sorted it out, and it wasn't in the docs. This is like a bonus round that Charlie jumped on her.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what you do, right? Because like you wait for the person to make a move, and then you like give them the trump card. So like, why hold on to the trump card?
Sorry, purple, orange. Charlie had a thing about putting a keylogger in a BFSPC. You mean
that's not confirmed on like this Google document? So I'm like, okay, sure, if you say so.
Yeah. No, I'm literally doing the chat. Is this real? Are you saying she was in favor of doing so, or like her opinion was that was a bad thing you shouldn't do, or something? Anyway, interested to know. I've experienced your own actions without
it's a clip,
Red.
apparently.
Oh yeah. Okay. If you find it, pretty please share it. Oh yeah, I've experienced your own actions. Charlie did not experience this. This was in a private convo between Numi and I. She said this was in my own screenshotted words, but there never were any screenshots of any of the situation made public, but she chose to address it publicly. Yeah, own screenshotted words. Like, it's own words that there was a screenshot of, right? But not own, yeah. But again, Charlie didn't experience this. This is in a DM that got leaked to her. And proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning. I did not proceed to throw Numi into the bus. I said this while I was apologizing to her for the decision I made, ending with me trying to make mistakes right by facing my fears and getting on stage, or rescheduling the collab I had with Shy Lily to be at a concert sooner. I did make it to a concert and I was there to support her. Charlie says months of continuous planning, but the first message of Numi trying to plan anything with me was to Red 2.5 weeks before I decided not to perform and 5 weeks before the show. There's nothing planned beyond me also being on stage, not even having songs picked out. Bao also said this was being planned for over half a year, which may be true for the concert itself, but not being involved. Yeah, this is like factually just not true. Like, or like it's the most egged up version.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. I did choose business over friend when it was between V-Card after my promotion, but owner, and make it to Numi's concert. But I did feel bad about my decision before I had even heard from Numi. My tweet is evidence of that. I was wrong, and I apologized to her. I was still at the show supporting her. me cancelling my performance had nothing to do with business and everything to do with my own fears and insecurities. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled.
Compete.
Our collab had nothing.
Compete with her V-Card collab. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think she's gonna go into that. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, what? Like you're like, it's not a competition. You both profit from this if either of you succeed, because you're owners. Like,
yeah, of course,
it doesn't matter. Our collab had nothing to do with earning the bag. I'd already earned plenty the day before on the actual launch day. It was about me, but also sorry, like. Earning the bag, you mean making a profit from V-Card?
Yeah, true.
Which is what Charlie's trying to do.
True.
Like,
yeah.
What do you mean? Like, Charlie's even more trying to make a bag because it's her project. Like, huh? I'd already earned plenty the day before on the actual launch day. It was about being responsible as a new part owner of the brand and representing them during a very important launch weekend alongside Charlie. Also, it's a collab.
Yeah, sure.
It's literally a collab with Charlie. Like, how can Sinder doing the same collab be evil, evil profit motive? But Charlie doing the same collab is like somehow virtuous and wise. Like, if I wanted to compete with Charlie, then I wouldn't have asked to collab. Why would I have wanted to share the screen with her in that case? I wanted the collab to work together, so her card game was as big of a success as we could make it for the entire company. I rescheduled our collab on that day, oblivious to my friend's event and my blind excitement for V-Card, as I explained before. It was a mistake, and I made another mistake choosing it over going to the concert.
Yeah.
So the collab was rescheduled after I'd already pulled out of the performance. I agreed to be in the show, but I never made a promise to Numi I would perform. Oh yeah, because she said, Charlie says, keep an important promise. And it's like, I never made a promise I'd perform, or that I would be there. And Numi even told Red it was okay if I didn't do either. But it sounds a lot worse on me for Charlie to claim that I did break a promise to a friend for money. Agreeing to do something and making a promise to a friend have very different connotations.
Yeah, true.
Especially when you claim to the public without any evidence. Cool. You actively lied about it to them, instead of blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Charlie said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No. What I agreed to was to perform, and I didn't perform for my own reasons. Not going to the concert is what she's talking about, which by Numi's own words, I wasn't obligated to go to. I didn't lie to Numi, and I didn't blame Charlie. The fact she thinks I did points out the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability for what I did and apologized to my friend, and still made it to her show after our collab. When I made the decision not to go to Numi's concert, I told her how I felt obligated to be around for V-Card's launch weekend as a partial owner. When my collab with Charlie was planned for that day, even if that wasn't happening, my choice would have likely been the same. Yeah. Oh, okay. So she's saying even if she never collabed with Charlie, she still would have prioritized V-Card's launch weekend. Yeah, and Cindy C is saying, and I feel obligated to be around for the launch weekend as a GamerSubs owner now. Yeah. When I apologized to her, I told her I felt pressured to live up to what Charlie is for GamerSubs and the VTuber community now that I had the same position. I wasn't blaming Charlie, it was about my new position as part owner. Charlie was the only example to follow in the footsteps of, and she set the bar I felt I needed to hold myself to for the company. I then told Numi that I made plans to collab with Charlie the day after V-Card's launch day, and that I planned it as early in the day as possible to make it to a show. I should have been more clear when I said that I didn't really know how to tell Charlie no. As I explained in the V-Card section, this is not at all me blaming Charlie for the collab I planned with her, or that it was the main reason I made the choice I did. I said, I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event, because my decision wasn't solely about the collab, or trying to blame her for it. My decision was because it was V-Card's launch weekend. Sorry, can I just put something out here?
Yeah, sure.
That's not being suggested by anyone.
Yeah.
If Numi's concert and getting attention focused on Numi's concert is so important, why is it fine that V-Card launched on the same weekend? Like, why shouldn't VCard have delayed their launch again so it wouldn't conflict with Numi's concert? Because Numi's concert didn't move. The VCard release moved.
Well,
And it could have moved again.
GamerStop's the company doesn't necessarily care about Numi's concert.
Oh, sorry. No, I get it right. But this goes to, but then what is Shy? How can Shy Lily like shit on Sinder for being like, I can't believe you missed Numi's concert, who's our friend, right?
Right, gotcha.
And then be like, but it was totally fine for me to like do the VCard launch on both days,
yeah,
including on the day she's having a concert, like
including
like including right before her concert and maybe during her concert, like that's fine apparently. Yeah, it's fine.
True. Right. Yeah, no, you're right. That's that is another hole in Shayla's like righteous anger.
Yeah. Everything you do is out of competition. You constantly need to one-up people. I myself only viewed one person as competition. It wasn't Shy Lily, and it wasn't any of my friends.
Silvervale!
And yes, my friends have helped me along the way, some a lot more than others, that I should have been more grateful towards, and we all grew together. But I don't owe every single thing I have to them, and I especially don't owe anything to Shy Lily. Her saying you're welcome, by the way, comes off as extremely narcissistic, as if she had any major impact on where I am and what I've accomplished and expects credit for it. Other than the few collabs we had, most of which were on my stream, and a scam she agreed to let me get. I have no idea what she could be talking about. As far as she said, she's always had a bad feeling about me. Make it seem like the few things we did do together, she begrudgingly agreed to do in the first place. That's so true, right? It's because Charlie makes it like, because you think of the girly pops and all the stuff they've done for each other in general, somehow they get tied in with like, oh, well, I'm sure Shiley must have done lots of stuff for Sinder, I guess. Don't they all collab with each other? But then Cinder's like, no. I am one of the girly pops, and I remember who did what with me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cinder was keeping, like, quite obviously, Cinder was keeping notes.
You claim it's just business. Charlie purposely misconstrued my "it's just business" quote did something to attack me with, just like Nano's doc.
Yeah. The
actual context, I meant it to set whatever decision Nano chose for herself, regardless of how I feel about it, because in the end, it's just business.
If you actually wrote an apology, yeah.
I see, I admitted to more than nothing. I just didn't admit to things I didn't do. And in true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry at yourself. Actually, again, if you actually read my apology, you'd see that I apologize and take accountability for the things I did do.
Yeah, this is what we saw in the doc, right? And like this is why like the cancellation was pretty sus, because it's like you guys didn't pass, or like you took for Cinder in like the worst faith possible. Why?
Yeah. Again, if you actually read my apology, you'd see that I apologize and take accountability for the things I did do. Charlie is the only person who made the claim I was narcissistic, and given her actions before and after this, it really seems like projection.
Yeah.
Windows key and P, huh? I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Parapups is better. If how Shiley handled everything, and what she did to me, is what's supposed to be better than what I was to the Parapups, then it's not my community I feel sorry for. Oh, finger snaps.
Finger snaps. Alright, yeah, so that's a good deconstruction of Shy Lily's response.
Yep. Shy Lily's stream. Shy Lily didn't hold back at all on her stream, telling you how she really felt about me. She went full mask off. It convinced the public it was completely justified, mockingly saying it's all just business. It wasn't evident by a tweet. You'll see from a stream that Shy Lily's not a reliable or trustworthy narrator.
Yeah, so...
Sorry, dude.
Pod, back to business.
Hey, we cooking more drugs today, or maybe try Oblivion? Dude, there's one guy out there who just really wanted to watch her play Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
Oh, that poor guy.
And somehow she spends like 5 hours talking about some drama about some VTuber he's never heard of.
Yeah, true. Kane's community currently can empathize with this.
Absolutely.
Oh, guys, Kane finally did a 5-hour stream about VTuber drama.
Really? become the farmer.
True.
And this is my crop. The business eye should be green with a dollar sign. Yeah, but or maybe like a little knife. Sorry, this is going to be my way of coping with this. You're gonna just have to just sit through this. They're going to have to sit through these very distasteful comments. It's shrimply business. It's shrimply business.
Throughout her stream, Tri-Lily justifies her petty jabs at me as her way of coping, just like her tweet. She continually makes fun of the phrase, "it's just business." She was the one who purposely lied about what I meant to make it look bad at me.
Yeah. You don't have to give me biddies and shmoney to make me feel better. We're not like that in here. I'm sorry, I'm not sorry, but like coping okay, coping.
Betty.
Sorry. No, dude. No, this goes so hard, right? Just the fucking, like, the style points here alone. Petty. Full stop. Nothing else.
No, this is I think this part of the document, Cinder's turning into like full-on hater. This is Cinder becoming like hater mode, okay?
Absolutely. But I mean, from her perspective, like, her narrative is that Shy-Lily, like, intentionally, malevolently fucked Cinder over.
Yeah, so this is what Cinder currently believes.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just gonna be back on business tonight. It's just business as usual. Petty.
To be fair to Shy-Lily, I would make fun of it. It's just business like line as well. I would 100% make fun of this.
Oh yeah, dude. No, sorry. These lines are fucking hilarious.
Especially in front of an audience, absolutely.
Yeah. I also just saw someone feeling bad for taking the apology seriously and feeling dumb about it. I'm gonna be honest, okay? I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter. And chances are you're probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. Experience will show you what the fuck is behind those messages. I'm 35, so I'm old. Actually, I'm pretty sure I'm older than Shy-Lily. Life experience, checkmate atheist. Shy-Lily continues to discredit anything I say in my apology, manipulating the audience to see things her way. You're probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else if you don't.
Yeah.
Yep. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. The first Google Docky. Sorry. That was the only tough night. That was the only tough one. It was 10 AM. I had to go to bed and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight. What a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with. Shy-Lily, you're literally a more... This line doesn't work when you're the more popular creator. Like, Shy-Lily numbers were bigger before this.
Anyway, so Shy-Lily was terrified.
Bigger than Cinder's before this, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. So Shy-Lily was terrified about how I could manipulate my way out of this, which is why I believe the documents were posted when they were, so I wouldn't be able to respond. It's literally just hearsay, the entire apology, and worst of all, throughout the whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit. Shy-Lily doesn't know what hearsay is. True. One person's account is not hearsay. You've already seen the bullshit put out against me in nano.
Like, and Shy-Lily, and I had not seen. At the time I wanted to watch the stream and I never got around to it.
Fake
and so now, yeah. But seeing here some of the comments, like reading a little bit ahead, some of this is like this is also really harsh. Going, you know, like again, it's like what I was saying to Aki is like. Shy-Lily was only involved, at worst, in a convo at the end of January with Numi, and some convo with Nano Red in like February or March, whenever, right? Compared to Bao, who had like some super important model that she really cared about, like fucked over, she's just not as aggrieved a party, comparatively. And yeah, and there's and you know, sure, Shy-Lily can be indignant on behalf of her girly pops, right? But the other girly pops are also there. Like why? Like the other girly pops didn't make like 6-hour streams where they wrote a bunch of said a bunch of you know, really hyped up shit about how evil Sinder is, right?
Yeah.
Only Shy-Lily did.
So is Shy-Lily trying to conduct the anger? Is sort of the point.
Yeah. And
but why is she? trying to conduct it.
Why could she be trying to conduct it? The good faith is that Charlotte is just that angry.
Yes, but I just want a more solid motive.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, you know, once I'm reading into Cinder's worldview, I'm like the only bit that's missing is like, why does Shylily specifically not like Cinder?
Yeah.
Right? If you've somehow got that motive part filled in, then it all falls into place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see more.
Yeah.
It's been a week, hasn't it? Laughs. I'm sorry I'm laughing. I'm actually really sad, but it's how I cope. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to tell you. You don't understand. This might sound too fucked up and psychotic, but I need to laugh. Let me cope. Charlie was gleeful over my cancellation. Again, like this is like the stream chat here is like Shylily been like really hurt and traumatized, right?
Yeah.
But again, like Bao was the one where there's actually in writing that Red is like, man, I think Bao's, you know, twisted and whatever, right? They didn't really, like, all they wrote about, like, all the Shylily can go off of is that Red was like, Shylily's been acting weird lately.
True.
And again, Shylily's here being like, you know, don't you understand? I'm such a victim. I'm like, of what? It happened. Yeah. Okay.
We see she's an empath, right?
Sorry, as a woman, I forgot about the card.
True, as a woman.
I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needless to say, more stuff has happened. Needlessly to say, but most of these things don't have receipts, or the receipts have personal private stuff attached to it you just can't share. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay, because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. But we made sure, and we all agree, that everything put online will only be receipts. Only receipts that we have, nothing else. No emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, no nothing. Only receipts. So obviously there's more. There's more receipts too, but those contain info that's just, it contains sensitive stuff about others themselves, or even the criminal herself. Whoa. No. No emotions? No emotions that you put online? This stream is online, and your tweet is massively full of emotion.
Yeah, true.
And the Google Docs had a bunch of emotion in them as well, especially in analysis. That's just like false.
And like Bao's stream had a lot of emotions.
Yeah.
Bao's stream is like pure emotion. It's like you know, sadness, depression, hurt, etc.
Yeah. And obviously
And when they about their experiences with her as anecdotes, some of them weren't just like giving screenshots. They'll be like, "This thing happened," or "I had bad feelings," which I think is, you know, their experience with her.
Absolutely. Also, like, Shylily is extreme. Like, makes no effort to distinguish like the stuff that they did think was okay to include as screenshots, right, with censoring or not or whatever, right? Like, what could be receipts and screenshots that they have, but are somehow so sensitive that they couldn't be shared.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, possible, but Charlie doesn't explain.
Yeah, of course.
They're also all not on the same page with it. Otherwise, they would have censored the same things between their documents.
Yep. If more proof, or even the criminal herself, also like nothing she's done is a criminal. If more proof of their claims wasn't shown, nothing.
So part of this, so part of it is Shylily's being hyperbolic. You can say because she's live on camera. So these aren't like measured words that she's like thinking about. She's just like ripping and like saying this isn't a prepared speech is what I'm saying. This is like her.
Yeah.
And Shylily's like, at least in her Twitter response, Shylily's being as venomous and vitriolic as possible with zero empathy.
Yeah. Like again, yeah, like that's the clear, right? Like, yes, she's speaking off the cuff, but you know, she's speaking on the cuff to say a bunch of hurtful shit.
Not just to say a bunch of hurtful shit. I think Shylily is like, either instinctively or naturally saying, like, putting words in sentences like designed to like inflame and make people hate Cinder because she personally hates Cinder.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like obviously, like we all, like, it's very clear. Charlie does not like Cinder.
Yeah.
If more proof of their claims wasn't shown due to it containing personal info, like Charlie said, I have no idea what it'd be, if not what's already been shown and censored in this document. I didn't seem to have that problem putting my evidence together. She may be talking about messages to Numi, and maybe Numi didn't want that to be made public. Or Charlie is giving a bullshit reason why the full context of Nano's messages weren't shown,
Yeah,
and
maybe.
the evidence she claims to have doesn't exist. Charlie also calls me a criminal in another petty insult. God, that. Oh, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto... Okay, I know when she said that, and she tried to make this thing with me, and we were going to do a collab. We were doing a collab, and she was just like, oh, the Charizard and Blastoise for V-Card doing the gags. Oh, like, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some box legendary of something that you didn't create? Disgusting. Trust me, we all cringed. But some people sometimes get excited and they do cringeworthy stuff. This is what, I scan read this like while you're at the loo, and I was like, wait, this is like, holy shit! Like this is no longer about anything with Nanolis or Numi.
Yeah, this is between Charlie and Cinder.
This is just saying that like this is like this complete separate. This is Shy Lily. Shy Lily's like, no, I'm the creator. You Cinder are not on the same level, right? You are below me in a way where it's like, it's offensive that you would put me on the same level, right?
It sounds like someone compared the two and she was like, how dare you put them on my level? Also, Charizard and Blastoise aren't legendary for whatever.
Anyway, I think Orange had the best response. Shy Lily got called a Blastoise, and Blastoise is fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, his little shell, like, please. And guns?
I'm not fat, I'm just big shelled.
But I just say, like, it's really funny. But no, for me, like this speaks to me like more than a lot of the other stuff. This is like, because this is literally got nothing to do with Nanolis or Bow or anything anymore, right? This is like, it's like it reveals, like, it's suddenly when someone like suddenly is like, wow, okay, Charlie, like, you're really upset.
Yeah, true.
That Cinder compared herself to you.
True.
And I'm like, Charlie knows that Cinder is like, she knows that it's Charlie, like, because she saw the DMs to me. Charlie, like, Cinder is making it clear that it's like she wants to try and be like, do as good a job as Cinder. Because Cinder is like the leading light of like how to do gamer stuff, right? And also like everyone knows that Charlie created this.
Yeah, true.
And apart from she created this, Cinder is a part owner of gamer stuff at the time. So yeah, I just
like if you're a Charlie Lily hater after this, you know what you do. Yeah. Anytime Charlie Lily says something, say okay, Blastoise.
There's a lot of animosity behind Charlie's words here. Why? Yeah. It is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Like this whole document, like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. Yeah. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it, but it's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on. Charlie manipulated her audience to her side, basically calling them stupid if they don't see things her way.
That's true.
Oh yeah, the apart from just Judas Fate Cinder, the only other like pro Charlie lens to see this in, like relatively, is like Charlie is not been in a relationship, has not been in a relationship for a long time, and she's really like she's deeply jealous that Cinder has a long-term relationship and like. It's like, bro.
No, are you saying Shy Lily's been in the chair this entire time?
Yeah, because like everything is redacted. This, censored that. They're peas in a pod. Look at how much time they spend together. Look how much they love each other. Like, oh my god, right? And it's just little lonely Charlie Leo.
Just getting eaten alive inside. Just like that. I bet they're thinking about making me Blastoise soup.
Companies don't want to have bad PR. You know, in It's Just Business fashion, when a company's an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take action because of the employee. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business, what a good old little friend Snake would say. Petty.
Ooh.
But also that argument would be like, I don't know. It's something about like, is Sinder on the same level as you? In which case she can compare herself to you. Or is Sinder below you like an employee? In which case, doesn't that make you responsible for her fuck ups?
True.
You burned your Sinder merch? Honestly, if I can't encourage you, you paid for it, you do what the fuck you want. But if I encourage you to do something, donate it. Okay, but again, you do what you want to do. If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. But two things. Not to defend anything of what she's done, but you're just a viewer. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had.
Yeah.
Whether they were fake or not, doesn't matter. You had a good time. Those are your memories to keep, you know. But on top of that, again, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes. Sorry. I'm not like you. I cope through memes. And making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it. Charlie encourages viewers to donate any merch among them have, but doesn't disavow burning it either.
Yeah, sorry, I have to say,